Let's go. What's going on, everybody? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. Um, so hopefully everyone's doing well. Sorry, I am on my Wi-Fi from my hotspot from my phone. I was having the same issues that I was having last week where it's like right around 8:05, it drops. And so, like, I was like, oh my goodness. Fortunately, I do have the other phone. It seems like it's doing decent right now. So let me know if we get any stuttering or buffering, and we'll try to do something different. Hey, Zalik, how are you? I see Zalik, I see Ambi, I see Rouster, I see Robolica. We got Robolica. We got some stuff to talk about. I'm waiting fuming grr. I see that. Well, I don't know if you've heard, Rebecca, but there's been some news with The Sims. I don't know if you know. We're going to cover it here today. I know she gave me the topic. So I did do some research today, or actually I did some research a few days ago, and we're going to get into that. I also have some follow-ups from last week, which I think are really interesting. Some of it has to do with like Warner Brothers, Paramount, and so forth. Some of it does have to do with PlayStation. And guess what? We got a new gaming console reveal today. Reveal. So we got that. We have some game news. Closures, but then also some companies that are doing pretty well. So we got that. We're gonna do a couple of trailers. Then I'm gonna open it up. So hopefully, so it is kind of quite a bit. When I was actually looking at it, there's like actually different things and different places that we've been talking about throughout the the week or so. So yeah, so I'm excited. I was trying to catch up, but didn't get very far. Um, about Firefly Robot. What? What are y'all talking about? That sounds cool. All right. So where do we start? Where do we start? Where do we start? Let me know. Let me know. And so guess where we usually start? Um, hold on. Let me know. I guess normally where we start is kind of some of those smaller stories, and then we build up. We build up to some of the larger ones. And so this is one that I think is pretty interesting. So we're going to start off with a couple of them that are a little bit out there. But this is a game right now that is getting a lot of people are saying game of the year. People are putting pretty high expectations on it. Um, but sometimes high expectations aren't really what they're all cracked up to be. So with that, I do want to bring it out, and that is Crimson Desert. So Crimson Desert is the game. I think Zalik is looking forward to it. I'm pretty sure FCAT, if he's out there, he's also looking forward to this one. It looks pretty cool. It definitely looks like it has everything there, but the anticipation for this could not be higher. And we already know when like expectations are super high, a lot of times the disappointment is runs super deep. So right now, Crimson Desert, they're like, if you haven't seen, we showcased it a couple of times. It did make my top 26 games for 26. I think it was top 10 actually. So it made that list. It's obviously beautiful game, but there's quite a bit about it. And we've talked about this on this show. Like, if you don't have something, don't announce it for a little while. They obviously did. This one is getting like super interesting kind of feedback because like they're also starting to talk about. I thought this was kind of funny. Saying like there's the developers for this are saying that they're hiding like some console footage. Like there's some console footage that's going to be horrible, and it's going to be another Cyberpunk launch. I will say this about that. I do not think they are going to get we are going to see like another Cyberpunk launch for this type of situation. And the reason why I'm going to say that, and I'm going to cross my fingers or, go out on a limb is because I think Cyberpunk was very revealing to the industry. Maybe not. We're going to be talking about another game that did not do too well during launch. But I feel like if you have a really cool game, a really cool concept, people are willing to take like the hit to delay it more so than rushing it out. But I'm open to pushback on that. I am open to pushback on this one because I know some people are really looking forward to it. But yeah, I think Crimson Desert is a classic example. I just don't know if it's going to deliver. I'll be very honest with you. I don't know if it's going to deliver. Let me know what y'all think. Like, who's excited about this game? Like, why are you excited about it? What are your reservations about it? That's a big one. Hey, David Wilson. Thank you for stopping by. David Wilson, anytime I put your name into Jeff's chat, because you have that dot after the D, it always tells me I'm trying to post a link. And I get really mad because Jeff's chat has D'Artagnan. I can never say that name, but he's a Three Musketeer. Jeff's chat has that like bot that's like a mod. And it's like so, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just not really personable. But yeah, delaying shadows helped it. So you rather delay? Yes. So you're saying, you're making the connection to Assassin's Creed Shadows, if I'm not mistaken, right? So that's actually a good point. I think most people are okay with the delay. I'm actually more or less on the side of just don't announce it. You know what I mean? Like, I think we live in a day and age where if the game looks really cool, like you don't need like some 3-4 year runway to announce something. You know what I mean? Like there was a time, for one, where game development cycles were shorter. And so like you could say, oh, this game's coming out and it's like coming out next year. And people were like, okay, that's cool. And we announced the game at the same time, right? You announce it like kind of when it's like been greenlit and it has like some promo reel or something, and you're like, okay, let's announce the game and develop hype. But as game development cycles have gotten like so super, super long, it's like, well, that doesn't make sense to announce it when it gets greenlit. Like, when it gets greenlit, it's like when they actually they say, oh, this is going to cost $50 million and this is how we're going to fund it. Usually that's at the point where you say, okay, we're going to go for it. So like, I think like the time to announce a game honestly is like at that probably sometime when you have an alpha build and you're going to land the alpha build at a certain date. Like I think if it is not going to come out within the next like 18 months, and that's pushing it. If it's not coming out within the next 18 months, I personally say if it's not coming out within the next 6 months, but I can understand like maybe giving me like gameplay footage 6 months out, but 18 months is like if you're going to tell me like Darksiders is coming out, like I want to see that game in the next 18, but let me know what y'all think. Like when is a appropriate time to be told about like a new game? Is it like as soon as they're making the game? Or is it like, yo, I want to know about the game like day and date when it launches? Like what is the right one? I feel like less than 5 months till release is a good time frame for hyping a game. So between hyping a game and actually revealing that you're making the game, are you saying like 5 months? Like what game do you like, Ambi? I don't know. You're kind of in. What are some of your games? Okay, Red Dead, because you like Red Dead. So let's say they do a Red Dead 3. Would you say like you want to know 5 months before they launch Red Dead Redemption 3? Or would you want to know like as soon as they say, yeah, we are going to make a Red Dead 3? Like when do you want? 10 months, say like? You think 10 months is good? And that's like, so right now, you want to know about games that are launching January of next year. 18 months or less? Yeah, I think there's something like if you're going to announce it at the Game Awards in December, hey, Obi, everything's well. We're just talking about game launches. I think, like, if you tell me something is launching, like, if you have first, they're like world premiere, right, in December, I'm okay with you saying, like, okay, this isn't gonna launch. Like, let's say I saw something in 2025. I'm okay with not launching in 2026 if you're just like, oh, you're teasing me, and then, but it needs to be soon. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not here to wait till like next gen console in 2030. Like, I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that. Red Dead 3 is in pre-production. There goes Jeff breaking the rules. Is an announcement different from hype? I think so. Like, so, all right, let's look at, y'all know I always got to go with Nintendo for an example. If we look at Nintendo, Tears of the Kingdom, I remember this one very well. Nintendo Tears of the Kingdom, they did like an official reveal in September of 2022, right? So like um right as we were starting to get like Stadia bad news, like a week or two before that, they did like a Zelda premiere. Like they like Tears of the Kingdom. We were like, oh my goodness, they're making Tears of the Kingdom. And they only showed us like shots and so forth. It wasn't until February of 2023 that then they gave us a little bit more. And then like each month, they almost gave us like a like Zelda Tears of the Kingdom like showcasing itself. And it's like one talked about the gameplay, one talked about like the story in the world. And then I think one talked about like the mechanics or something. I forget, it was something like that. And like they did that in February, they did it in March, they did it in April, and then it launched in May. So in my mind, the very March and April is the hype, and the September was the reveal, right? So that's how I've said. Look at Grand Theft Auto. They announced too early, overhyped, struggling to deliver on time. If it's underwhelming, clear to the. Oh yeah, we've said this. It's almost impossible for Grand Theft Auto 6 to meet expectations. You know what I mean? But I don't know if that stops people from buying it, to tell you the truth. Like, I think there's a way that it underwhelms but overperforms financially. So I don't know about that. So we'll see. I think they should say something when the concept is working. Then they give a trailer date, and when they drop the trailer, then they should say out on X and X date. That's fair. So you're saying you're okay with like, hey, we're working on this, right? So let's use like Tears of the Kingdom. You're okay with them saying like, we're working on Tears of the Kingdom, but the instant you show me something, you're like, okay, you need to tell me the date. All right, I get that. I don't think there's a right answer. Some of us plan our content 1 to 2 years out, so the longer the better. There goes Jeff. Jeff is saying like he does his shows, 2 years out in advance. I used to do Shades of Purple, like, I think we were like 2 months out. I used to plan, like, when we had interviews, I used to plan it like 2 months out. And then, like, I had a string of cancellations. And it's kind of like part of the reason I don't do interviews anymore is because, like, we just had, like, it's like 3 or 4 cancellations in a row. And that kind of showed me I had, like, there's risk in my my model. Dead or alive? Dead on arrival? Hey, Noisy, is that dead or alive or dead on arrival? It's dead something. I have my schedule for July 1st set now, and I have to find room for Echoes of Ankarad. That's fair, Jeff. Everybody does it a little differently, but I totally respect it. But will sell. But will it retain players in the online? I don't know. See, here's the thing. My thing about Grand Theft Auto 6 is if Grand Theft Auto 5 is still considered like one of the top selling games. I don't know what people do in Grand Theft Auto 5, by the way. But if it's always considered like a top 5 or top 10 selling game, I mean, that's selling a ton. You know what I mean? So like there has to be people who are just like hanging out, in GTA 5. So wouldn't those people just hang out in GTA 6? Like, I'm not saying they're gonna play the game, but they're just, like, I don't know what people just do, but wouldn't that just be what they do? Yeah, like I think 2 or 3 years ago, they showed us Phantom Blade Zero. Then, like 1.4 years later, they gave us some gameplay. Then I think it was playable at Game Awards or Summer Game Fest then. Yeah, so Phantom Blade Zero, if I recall what happened with Phantom Blade Zero, is they released it that came out in 2024, I believe. Because they like I remember they released it, and then I played the demo last year, but it had already been out for some time. But I don't remember when it was Project Eve. I don't know, because like, TK9 used to always talk about Project Eve, and I guess that became Phantom Blade Zero? So, I don't know when it was initially announced, but I do know, like, when they started showing gameplay, it wasn't, like, a huge, like, amount of time. We're actually gonna talk a little bit about Phantom Blade Zero later on. Um, so we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. So that's Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert is dealing with this situation right now. They announced it a little too early, got super high expectations. And now they're getting like this, like, well, you're gonna ruin the game and blah blah blah. So uh, one thing's two things are gonna happen. One of two things are gonna happen. Either it's gonna be game of the year or it's gonna be a big disappointment. I don't think there's any middle ground once you hit a certain stratosphere of expectation. You know what I mean? The online space is well split lately. Highguard, for example, couldn't build a bit enough user base. Too many games. It has to be awesome to lure gamers away from their faves. Totally agree. Totally agree. I think the game industry is actually pivoting away from live service. Um, so we actually saw this a few years ago, like, right? We saw that a lot of people were canceling their games to pivot towards live service. And I think now you're starting to see the exact opposite effect, where a lot of people who had built a live service game, they're pivoting it back towards, I'm not going to say they're getting rid of live service, but they're changing the live service, right? So there's something to be said about Helldivers and about Arc Raiders, which we saw this with Arc Raiders, right? Arc Raiders was supposed to launch like 3 years ago or 2 years ago, and then they pivoted the gameplay loop. So I think we're going to see more of that as people start to try to like land on something. So I like the PVE VP. I think like that thing will become more important. But I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. I will say I think the gaming, it's interesting. I'll say it like that. All right, all right, all right. All right. So that is Crimson. Whatevers. We're gonna do another just another like brief little story here. I think this one's a good story. It's a pretty good one. It's coming from Capcom. So we'll definitely pull it up here. But look at that. Capcom successfully sold 4 million copies of Resident Evil Requiem. Now, I think this is a huge success for this, right? Like 5 million copies. I think Requiem came out, I don't know, a week ago? I don't know when Requiem came out, but it's scoring really, really well. So I thought that was like a really good thing about it. And yeah, and so to kind of like put to show like how well this is actually selling on all systems, I thought this was another really cool chart because you don't normally get to see this that often. But so this was the Nintendo, or let me hold that back. What you see right there is Requiem is number one for last week, but you see Nintendo with their mighty little 4% of sales, right there behind the Xbox Series, which has 6%. Now, this is really, really, really crazy because, like, Nintendo's normally not in these conversations, for like a triple A big time game. And so to see Nintendo with their like little mighty, I don't know, 17 million or 18 million consoles sold for Switch 2 to be now considered like a legit place for some third party AAA games says something about like, is Nintendo evolving? I don't know. Like, I thought that was like a cool little factoid there for old Nintendo doing their thing. I may or may not have played the closed beta of Crimson Desert, and I can say you will not be disappointed. Didn't you say this about High Guard, Jeff? I feel like you said this about High Guard. Hey, Crow, what's going on? Like, be right back. No worries, Rebecca. No worries. What did you think about D4 Warlock today? You know what? We're going to talk about D4 Warlock there, Crow and Rouster. Not that impressed. Just looks like Crow's never impressed. I love Crow. Crow's like, yeah, whatever. Anytime I think it's like bad news for Diablo, Crow's like, no, they actually changed up the builds and like it's not a grind fest. And then when I think it's good, Crow's like, it's nothing. Tells what I definitely do not know anything about what makes a good Diablo game versus a bad Diablo game. But with that said, I'm gonna launch this. Really, we just got done talking about Nintendo, so I'm gonna launch this, and then I don't think I have any more Nintendo news after this one. But I got some really good news earlier this week, and I wanted to share it with y'all. So actually, let's do this one, and then we'll do that one. Just to make it official, Crow is not impressed with the Warlock class. Just want to throw it out there. Crow is not impressed with that. Hated and killed it. And so, with that said, Ron Slusher and Jeff loved High Card. It was all the ARC people who hated and killed it. Well, yeah, Jeff. So, like, I'm just saying, if you love something, does not mean that everybody else is going to love it. I think you're making my point. Is that maybe you're saying that no one's going to be disappointed? It's similar to how you're like no one's going to be disappointed about High Guard, and then we had High Guard information, which we're going to hit later. But so that was the Diablo, the Warlock class from Diablo. It's not on Switch 2, so I'm already disappointed with that. But y'all are going to recognize this, but you got to wait to the end. All right, here you go. Yes, Blueprint is came to Switch 2. It was a day and date launch on Switch 2 when they announced it. That was on Tuesday. It released at 12 o'clock local. And yeah, it was super exciting. So I've actually been jumping back into blueprints over the last 2 nights. I kind of do 2 days a night because I just have to kind of pace myself. And that was like really exciting news for me because, and I wish I had pulled it up, but I had actually asked on Blue Sky, not to be confused with Blueprints, but I had asked on Blue Sky to the Blueprints devs last year, like, hey, could you bring this to Switch too? And they said, we don't have any plans for it. And so I was like, okay, whatever. And then so when I saw this, like I immediately sent them a message on Blue Sky to be like, yeah, thanks for like launching it. This like great, amazing stuff. And then they liked my comment back and stuff. So I thought that was like a cool little thing for like the 30 people who are left on Blue Sky. It was like a cool little moment. And this is something I was really looking forward to because I had Blue Sky or I had Blueprints on PlayStation 5 and it launched just like on Xbox in the subscription service that I eventually got rid of, I think last year. No, I know for a fact I got rid of it last year. So I wanted it and it's like on sale now for like 20 bucks. I think it's a great deal if you like puzzles or you want to get lost into a story. I'm just super excited about it all the way through. So yeah, must have this. Yes, Revolca, exactly. Oh, I still haven't figured out the bear room. I might have to steal Granite's Switch. Yes, it's on Switch too, Revolca. I don't know if it's on on Nintendo Switch, like regular Switch. I think it's a Switch 2 exclusive to the Switch, which actually makes sense um, when you're doing the loading screen because I feel like Switch would take forever. It just take you out because you know, like when you start a new day, it it's like you kind of want to get right back into where you were to start the new day, and that with Switch, I think that would take like 2 minutes, and that would just take you out of the game. So, um, yeah, it's super super cool. 2 million people played High Guard. I would say that they gave it a chance. It just wasn't a good game. Ooh, Crow throwing down the gauntlet. Um, well, Ronnie, you'll be surprised. Like, so I went back in. It's actually really, I never started a new day or a new run in blueprints. So it's actually really interesting to go back in because there's certain things I'm doing now where it's just like, oh, like there's certain like things you just automatically know what you wish you had known the first run. So I went back, but then there's other things like I thought I would have remembered, but I don't. So it's actually kind of cool to be where I'm at in the game, and then being like, "Oh wait, how am I gonna do X, Y, Z? Like, how am I gonna get to the basement or something like that?" Um, I've been pacing myself like like I said, I do 2 days a night. Every night I do like two, and I'm traveling tomorrow, and so I'm really excited because this gives me a game to play on the airplane. And strange enough, like each run takes a while if you're into it. So I'm excited. I'm so excited about it. Um, I bet you could swap your Switch for his Switch 2 and he never he probably could. I think Granite would know. I think Granite would know. Yeah, he has Animal Crossing Island, that's funny. Well, that just means y'all gotta get a second one. Maybe a Mother's Day Switch 2. We know you got a PC last year, so maybe that. I would have put it my so it's interesting. Oh, Rebecca, we could talk all day about blueprints because I just got my dig site. It's a little bit further down, but I couldn't choose where I could put it. I don't know. There's so many things. There's so many things. So, but yes, that was the big news. That was the big news for, like I was like showcases, indie showcase for Nintendo, A plus, A plus. Like you gave me everything I really wanted for that one. So yeah. All right. So we'll talk more about blueprints here in a second because I could talk a while about it. But we got Robolica back. I think this is really good because Robolica, I don't know if you've been noticing. I don't know if you noticed, but if y'all don't know what this is, let me bring you back. Let me bring you back. All right, there we go. I don't want to pull it up on the other side. But the Sims 4 Marketplace is coming with paid mods. Um, so I don't know if y'all know this, but the Sims community absolutely loves this. They are in love with this idea about paying for mods because the Sims community, if you did not know, they've spent usually like, as it said, like $1,500 on DLCs on Sims 4, and now they get to spend more money on The Sims. And so if you're like me, you had to do a little bit of education on the Sims community and what's been there before. So let me take you down a little thing. In The Sims, and this is for everybody else because I know we have like some professional Sims player in chat. Um, in The Sims, you have like content that you can purchase like on a Patreon, or you could get it for free. You could do a ton of stuff. Like you write, people could like create something, you could pay them for that, and then you get it and you put it in your game. Download it, there you go. Boom. Well, what this thing does now is they've now created an actual creators program. So that's super cool, right? Like if you're a creator, you can they have like an online store, Sim store, and you can now sell your stuff on the official Sim store. And because EA is just amazing, they've now made it a 30-70 split. I know, just like YouTube, not just like YouTube, actually. The creator gets 30%, EA retains 70%. Now, if you're like, Purple, this sounds too good to be true, you're right, because there's actually two other things that this actually does. The other thing that this does is that because of this whole situation, maybe you're thinking, well, Purple, like I have my other store. I don't want to have to use this store. Like, can I use the other store? So you would be considered like an indie mod creator for the Sims community. And so what did Sims say for this actual thing? Well, it essentially said, if you become an indie mod creator, and I'll read this for you basically, you got to offer your mods for free. Right? So like you could have been paying for it, but you can't now. Like you could have been like getting money for it, but you can't now. So you have to actually be part of the creators program. And then again, you now are doing that 30-70 split. And if you're part of the creators program, again, you can't actually sell it anywhere else. And that's actually what this actually says. If you create custom content for The Sims using the creator program, you can't have an indie store. But it gets better. I know. It just keeps giving. It gets better because on top of before not having like this program, and before you could just take money and basically receive all the money yourself because you were selling it on Patreon. And now because EA is now forcing you to basically use their store to make money with the 30-70 split, you actually have to use Sims money called moolah. And this is how much moolah costs, right? So as you can see, kind of pricey. You know what I mean? So before, if a creator was actually making like $1 per mod, the new program, someone's gonna have to pay $5 to give that creator the same amount of money. Or give Sims EA $5, right? And then what's it called? The creator only is gonna get like a little bit of that. So as you can see, Sims people are super excited. They've spent so much money and they get to spend more money on this thing. And it's actually it's trifling as what it puts it. Robolic is upset. Simpleton, how are you? Can I start a Sims feet pic store to sell pics of my Sims? I think you could, but you have to do it on the Sims Creator Program store. So that's the thing. If you wanted to do that, Simpleton, and sell it and not give it for free, you need to do it in the official Sims store. And I will let you know you're only going to get 30% of that sale, not the rest of the 70 like you could before. Think I explained it right? It seems extremely anti-consumer. It gets better and better. Yeah, it does. It does. I wouldn't be surprised if there was already a market for that. I knowing the Sims, it could be. They've only said what it costs in USD. What does it cost in other currencies? Um, which one? Uh well, I would imagine if you're saying the moolah, Rebolica? Well, as you know, because of the United States semi-imperialistic tendencies, I think that is a feature of what's going on right now, not a bug. And that's dark humor right there. But yeah, I don't think they've thought through this. This actually, as I was doing research on this, it's cost a soul. Um, as I was doing research on this, what kind of stuck out to me is this just like someone thought this up, right? Someone who does not know the community, does not know anything. Someone thought this up and they're like, you know what? I think we can squeeze more money out of them. And now everybody on console and not, they can have a way to sell their stuff. So it's actually like pro business because now we're giving them an ability to create a storefront in our game. Like this is actually this is actually what probably happened, right? They actually were like, we want to be a platform within a platform. You know what I mean? And it's not too much different than YouTube if you think about it, like what they were doing. The problem is, it's really hard to monetize something if you've been doing it a certain way for like 10 or 11 years. Like consumer behavior is like really sticky and finicky like that. And so this really feels to me like something that's they're gonna eventually like roll back to some degree. Like I just don't see like anytime like I have to read something and I can be like, but wait, there's more and there's more. And it's all like more negative and more negative and more negative. Anytime I do that with like just anything, um, usually there's like a straight line to make it like it's gonna become less than that. Hey geek, what's going on? Thanks for that 14 months. Let's go. Have you looked at the Sims 3 store? I was hoping to avoid it. I have not, Rebecca. I did not get that far into it. But I did do research for this. And I had to go into the dark spaces of the Sims Reddit community to figure out what was going on. Why did they still try to sell their mod on third-party stores? So that's a good point because their actual policy states, Rouster, that in order you can still have, but you have to give it for free, right? So this has to do something with, I believe, this is kind of like Cyberpunk and the mods that are going on there. So if y'all haven't heard, like there was someone who created a really awesome mod for Cyberpunk. Pretty sure it was Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk said like, hey, you can still do it, but you have to do it for free. And the guy was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, right. So it's a whole big issue. And I believe Cyberpunk's actually suing the guy. And so because this is part of their whole like terms of service, because theoretically what you're doing in a weird way, you're using their source code. Like it's part of the EULA, probably the end user license agreement. You're using their source code to create the mod. So now we're getting into this world where it is about like IP and it is about like what is actually the creators versus what is yours. And this is one of those situations that's like I think really, really odd because I feel like it probably wouldn't be so bad if the split was differently. But they're making it 70-30. And I think that is where the thing is like for the creators, it's less. And so they have to charge more. And because your denominations are already pretty high with the moolah, it's like you're just going to be spending more money than you were before. And I think there's a way to do this a little bit better. But The Sims didn't do that. Oh my goodness, we got a whole bunch of these. What? Hey, thank you so much for gifting those. See, we got some to Daytona, Mystic. Hey, I was just looking at Mystic the other day and what's it called? Chat. Johnny Roadkill's chat. Dakota. Is that the same Dakota we know? I don't think so. Maybe we got Ray the Gaming Cyborg and Back from the Dead. We have not seen Back from the Dead in a while. Not just the sorcerer, but but you literally using their IP. Simpleton really has an issue with me using the word literally. I found this out the other day. I was looking at the chat the other last week. He's like, "No, purple. It's not literally. It is what they're doing." Um, without their IP, there wouldn't be a product. I totally get what you're saying, Simpleton. It is their product, and I think that's like the but I just feel like this is going to backfire. I just feel like it's going to backfire. I don't know how. I don't know in what capacity. But anytime you take a learned behavior and you alter it and it's people's money, especially now, I don't know. I don't know. But the Sims, they're probably looking at it like, hey, y'all pay DLC already, so why can't you do this? I mean, I think there's maybe an opportunity for um, a better working relationship, like a creator parent company relationship. And so that's why I think it's going to be walked back. I think they're going to either change something up or something because there is a way I think it could be beneficial for both. This ain't the way to do it. So we'll see. We'll see. But I would love Robolica. What do you think about this as someone who is part of that Sims community who has bought every DLC? Um, oh my goodness, did I see Marcus G Knight? How did he slip in here? Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. There's a mod called Wicked Whims, but it's and really. Have you ever looked at the Sims? Yeah, I saw that. And see, what did Marcus say? Routing routing for Iran hitting more AWS hosting EA in Saudi Arabia data centers. Yikes! Guys. Does AWS host EA or is it Google Cloud? Oh my goodness, Marcus. Always a troublemaker. Always a troublemaker. Sure. I create a sim recolors for myself. I was thinking of dropping them onto Patreon just to share for free. I don't like it. You don't like it. You don't like it. You're not. So if you're going to drop it for free, you can still do that from what I understand, Rebolica. Or is it just the idea that that they have this other store that you're upset about? When you allow mods for billionaire must live. Oh my goodness. Why do I have all the troublemakers today? You can offer a better split for creators. So Jeff, you're pro the way it was. I'm not taking a side on this one. Like I actually am taking it. Let me back up. I'm taking the side of I think there was a better way to do it. Like I understand the idea that they're using the IP, but they've been doing this for like 11 to 12 years, which isn't I get it. That's not a good reason to continue to do something. I totally get it. But past behavior is not indicative of future behavior. I totally get that. But I think it is kind of like, these are the people who are keeping your game alive. You know what I mean? These are people that are keeping it interesting. And maybe better community relations. How about that? Hey, Murder, what's going on? They're moving all the kits onto the new platform too, and any new kits will be on the marketplace too. So you're saying you have to buy the kit from the marketplace. I see what you're saying. Yeah, like I think there's a better way to do it. Like I'm gonna stick to that one. To me, there was just a little too many, like, new things that maybe eventually they wanna get to this place, but I think the change management, the marketing of this, like, right, the user behavior, um, and, like, how you roll that out, that's what I think that I have, like, a reaction to. So, yeah. So, Pear, if you were to buy everything on the Sims 3 store, it would cost, wow, $70,000? Holy jeez. Bet you there's some people who spend that. This isn't currency that you can earn either. It's purchase only, so you can't buy it, so that's a big thing. See, I think that if you did make it to where people could earn it, it would be a little different, but I feel like it's like you're deliberately hiding it, or you're not hiding it, you're deliberately paywalling it. So, yeah, please, hey, Ron, can you buy me the next Xbox? Oh, we're gonna talk about that one. We're gonna talk about that. I have that. I have that. I'm looking at that one right now. Um, but we don't really have a lot for it. We don't really, hey, Rudix, what's going on? We don't really have a lot regarding the next one. Um, but I do wanna, like, we will talk more about when I open the lines, we will talk more about EA if y'all want to come. Rabak, if you wanna come on, we will talk more about it. But yeah, I think that's where I sit on this one. I think there's a better deal. Jeff obviously thinks, like, Jeff and Simpleton are like, no, I want Mario and Zelda on Xbox. Oh my goodness. But talking about that, let's look at this, right? So this is Project Helix. Aisha, our new head of Xbox just announced this. Aisha Shar did. And she said, Project Helix is out there. It's the code name for their next generation console. And I'm not sure if this is actually, I don't know if this is actually like what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know if this is news, as much as it's like they're officially announcing that they're working on this, right? But these rumors were already kind of out there. So I think, she's just saying, hey, we need a positive news cycle. And I think they're trying to be very transparent, which is really good, right? They're saying this is going to be a GDC, so it's going to leak automatically. And she's trying to get like ahead of that and coming off of like, I guess 3 weeks ago, like the really negative news they received. Well, I think the market indicated that was kind of negative, the gaming community for the most part. So I applaud them. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure where this is so much different than an Xbox, but maybe it's more powerful. I guess it's telling us that now. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This is my initial thing when I read it. I was like, okay, like no, like yeah. What was the saying in like the 90s? I just came to my mind. Like, no duh. Like, duh. Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember when duh was a thing where people would be like, duh? Like, that was a 90s thing. Like, there's some of y'all in the chat probably don't have any idea what I'm talking about. But in like the early 90s, there was like a vernacular amongst like young adults and teenagers where it was like, yeah, no, duh. It was like, duh was a thing. And I don't think I've said that word in the last 30 years. Y'all are probably just looking at me like, oh, you're crazy. Hey, Nathan Official, how are you doing? Hey, I'm hoping I can come on in a bit. Going to get no worries, Rebecca. We're going to probably be talking for a while. Network private cloud. Oh, Marcus is going everywhere. I bet Unisoft is letting that code name. Are they? Project Helix. Hopefully Highguard works on the new Xbox. I doubt it will be. Do you think the news connected to PlayStation removes single player? That's just a great question, Rudix. It's a great question. I would love to get your take on it because you are cloud and console. No, I don't. So to bring this back. So let's bring up another story here. Let's bring up another story. Um, I think since Rudix brought it up, this is coming from we always like to take victory laps when we can on this channel. So we're gonna take a slight victory lap if I can find it. If I can find it, I don't have it. I don't have it. Oh, I thought I had it. All right. Well, either way, I think anyway, everybody got the news that there we go. Sony's pulling back from putting their PlayStation games on PC. Again, and I just so y'all think some of y'all think maybe like Purple, you're crazy. You didn't say that. I did. You can go check out. There are actually videos where I talked about PlayStation winning. I talk about PlayStation, the PC myth. I talk about like PlayStation when they posted that new role. And I said like I didn't think like that like PlayStation was not going to copy putting games on PC, right? So I think that has to do with that. I think this really has to do with just like she's trying to get ahead of a news cycle, right? Like I think Aisha is she's really stepping into a really weird executive role in which customers are really really passionate about the product. Like I don't think people like the console wars is really hard to maybe Tesla or Apple iPhone users have like the same amount of passion for like a project or a product as console fans. And I use that word probably I'm understating the passion there. But you know what I mean? Like there's very few like consumer products that have like this much passion. Um and so I think she's just stepping in there and she's trying to say, look, we got something. We need some good news and you're going to hear about it. And I don't want to make it seem like you're not going to hear about it. If anything, what I think this is going to, there may be some features associated with this that she is trying to plant the seed already that I told you so. Or like I'm being, like I said, transparent. Well, duh, yeah, yes. Yeah, that's how you say it. Republica says it perfectly. Amazon Luna will be cheaper than Helix. Yes, it will be. What do you mean by playing PC games? Will it be similar to the Steam machine? I think no duh. Wait, that you got it. Wait, you're saying it. You're saying it naturally. You're saying it naturally. I like it. No duh. Like no duh. Right. Helix is super online. Happy marathon release day. Oh yeah, that is releasing today. I canceled my. Oh my goodness, you're. Sony stops porting games for PC. Nobody on either platform noticed. Um, I think they did. I think it's because one group was saying that they were gonna still get the games. And yeah, I think that's the thing. They're like, oh, we're gonna get it eventually. And now it's like, no, you're not getting that. Hey Jerry man, what's going on? I don't like Marathon. I had to get Resident Evil. Wow, those are very different. Yeah, I like the PlayStation pulling back. I remember a day when companies prioritized their product, not made another platform more valuable attractor. In my opinion, as a consequence, I like that. So, Murder, this is a good question for you. Are you leaning, because you're an Xbox fan? So do you want Xbox to lean back into the exclusive world, The Sims? Um, Maybe I can ask Pro to buy me a copy of Marathon. I thought it was for free. I think that no PlayStation games to PC would work if PlayStation had a new console. But at this point, anyone that wanted a PS5 has one. No one is going to buy a PS5 to play Wolverine, in my opinion. I agree. But would they buy a PS5 to play Grand Theft Auto 6? That's what I think is going to happen. I mean, obviously PlayStation, not obviously, but I think PlayStation is somewhere around the 84 to 85 million consoles sold mark. There's at least, if the rumors are true, PlayStation's not coming out with another console until 2029. So there's at least 3 more years with Grand Theft Auto 6 and just with like console cycles. I could see them getting closer to that 100 million, 105 million number. And once you sell something like 105 million, like that's a lot. And if you're gonna like then put whatever exclusives are out there, like you're really not really monetizing on the console anymore as much as on the user behavior. That's my logic. That's my logic. But y'all push back if y'all can definitely push back on that one. All right. Sony's walled garden going to cost you 20% extra dollars per game to receive your 4 exclusives per decade. Ooh. Marcus is just full of spice today. He is full of spice. BS, PC, and Xbox Shield has been crying all day about the news. Really? About which one? About the PlayStation pulling back? I'll be curious. I'll be curious what they're complaining about. My assumption is that console users who play Grand Theft Auto 5 will move to the next console gen for Grand Theft Auto 6. Interesting. So that will be a large move, just my assumption. So you don't think Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out this year? Oh, no. Let me Let me re-reach it because you're saying Grand Theft Auto 5. I'm thinking PlayStation 5, PlayStation 6. Let me rethink of that. Is that console? Yes. I think Rudix is right. There are some people who are waiting for Grand Theft Auto 6, and that will move consoles. I agree with what Rudix is saying. Yes, I want Xbox to prioritize their praise and console as well. So what IP though, Barter? What IP? That's what I'm curious about because you're saying like what Halo, Forza, what's Salix game, Fable, and Gears of War. Like that's their 4 IP, right? And I think that's commendable. I just feel, and I've said this from the beginning. Y'all know my issue is not Xbox; it is Microsoft. I just don't think Microsoft is that company anymore. I think when that IP became big, Microsoft was a different company than today, and I mean like way different company. What if Helix is a cloud-based system in order to keep the cost down? Then why would it be called a console? You know what I mean? If it's a cloud-based system, then why call it? If it's a cloud-based system and they're saying, I mean, maybe you're right. Let me just say that. Maybe you're right. But then to keep costs down, you're still having to pay a subscription to reach your games, right? If they're saying like they can play your Xbox games and your PC games, not every PC game's in the cloud, right? I mean, a lot of them are. But if they're going to say it's like, then they're going to charge you what, $30 a month? So within like, what is that? A year of you paying $30 a month. So that's $360, right? Plus whatever you paid for, like, let's say you bought a game. You're now close to like $400 or $500. Not saying that that's not in the range of console gaming, but now if I go over 2 years, I'm now at what, nearly $1,000, and technically you really don't own the games at that point is if you don't have them in physical. Hopefully we get Redfall 2 and Crackdown 4. Who likes Redfall? There's someone else who likes Redfall 2 who comes in. Who else? There's someone else who really likes Redfall 2. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Granted. That does make it a lot. Hey Daytona, what's going on? The multiplayer better be good in Grand Theft. We were just talking about this. I don't know what I get. See, that's what I said. There's so many people are like, will they play it? I don't know. Like, I think there's a very real possibility the game can underwhelm, but people still use it to hang out. There will be a console. Yep. I heard you. I got you. I got you. Ridix. The Pro is the best place to play games and future games. And since sad news about PlayStation pulling back, they have been sold out. And actually, it's too late for Xbox. Oh, so you're saying it's just too late? That's interesting. Micros used to be that girl, but they felt. Daytona, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, that girl? What are you talking about? They used to be that girl. I just saw a news article about that girl at a party, but it wasn't, it was like a bad thing. It was like someone saying, I used to be that girl at the party. And it seemed like they were saying, like, they were using that girl, but in a negative connotation. So the fact that you use that girl makes me, like, I'm like, which that girl are we talking about? As far as their IPs, I gotcha. The difference has always been there. Xbox prioritized multiplayer game IPs, and so Game Pass was born. It is in their DNA to hoard games so it doesn't matter to them where they come from. I can. Who are you saying? It's in PlayStation's DNA to horror games? I mean, y'all would know better. Y'all would know more. Like, I never really had an Xbox. Like, this is the first time I ever had an Xbox. I have two. Um, so I don't really know, like yeah, when I just know the business, like the history of the business, but from like using of the product. I don't know. Lotus. Lotus is the Redfall player? I thought it was someone. I knew it was someone we had. You might see an acceleration in cloud gaming, but I think you're going to see contraction. Are you hedging with that statement? You might see this, but I think you're going to see that. Is that like a hedge? Is that a hedge of a statement? I meant that girl as in the it girl. Oh, that girl. Okay. That's a different type of girl. In their DNA is crazy. I mean, I don't know. Like someone has been gaming for a while, so I trust the statement. But yeah, so I think you're gonna see this. Like, right, your PlayStation's pulling back. Project Helix came through. Um, but I think if we look at Xbox from the very beginning, it was always supposed to be Project Helix. And that's kind of where I don't fault them for what they're doing. Um, because yeah, I just don't fault them. And Microsoft just doesn't really do well with hardware. So this just none of this is a surprise to me. I'll say it like that. My favorite teacher in college said his favorite oxymoron was Microsoft Word. He taught Microsoft in Windows, really. MS DOS in Windows. Yeah. Um, I mean, we set this 2-3 weeks ago. I'm bringing cartridges back, baby. It's gonna be all the rage. This is the business model for oh my goodness, who is it that says keep physical alive? Oh my goodness. Eight something bit. I forget. There's some studios that are all about cartridges. I actually think it's an interesting business model to tell you the truth. But yeah, we talked about Microsoft a few weeks ago, and my largest criticism was like their biggest consumers are businesses, like right, like cloud, AI, and Office. It's business, like right, like they charge people a subscription, and that's where their money comes from. They do not get consumers, and the times they have gotten consumers, it's purely because there was like some glitch in the matrix and nobody was paying attention to them. So I feel kind of bad for that. Xbox didn't prioritize their IPs and became a streetwalker. A streetwalker, is that like a zombie? That's a zombie, right? A streetwalker. Did I use that right? Did I get that The Walking Dead reference? I feel so cool if I got The Walking Dead reference there. And look what happened. Yeah, PlayStation should do the same. Imagine taking the advice of a gaming company in the last place in game. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to beat up Microsoft because then I get called a pony. Wind powered gaming. It's actually interesting because someone was just talking about data centers in space. So I went down one of these tangents the other day, and they're talking about putting data centers in space, which makes a lot of sense until it doesn't. It's one of those situations. So it's like attacking a country. Makes a lot of sense till it doesn't. Probably should have thought about that. Is a streetwalker a hooker? Ooh, ooh. But then what is like a lady? I always like to use the term like lady or man of the night. Do we not use that? Do we not use that language anymore? Do we not like you like that's a person of the night to denote to signal that they're a hooker, a streetwalker? But let me see. Could we use streetwalker in murder statement? Xbox didn't prioritize their IPs and became a hoe. And look what happened. Oh, no. I think he meant what you said, Zalek. I think he meant hoe. I think he That's not what you said. I didn't get it. I thought I was on to something there, and it wasn't zombie. Oh my goodness, y'all got me. Y'all got me. I tried. I tried. I don't know. Um, I tried. Oh man, I missed it. All right, well, we're gonna get on to another one. And this one's coming from Sony. It's actually two things from Sony. I want to make sure I get both of these. So the first one is this. There's like trouble. There's trouble. Amazon is not making a good God of War, supposedly. Fans aren't impressed by the live action Kratos and Atreus. So I think this hits on another thing, right? Like, so if y'all did not know, God of War is an IP that I have not played on PlayStation, but I know a lot about it because it's a couple of y'all. It's your favorite game. It's y'all are like, Purple, you gotta play this. It's like Zelda. Purple, you gotta play it. It's like Darksiders. Purple, you gotta play it because it's Outriders. And what I'm gonna say is, I hear you. Not that it's like Outriders, but I hear you on. If you're a fan of the game, you see it on Amazon, right? And you're like, this doesn't look that great. And this is my biggest complaint about Amazon. Like, I think Amazon nailed it with, oh, what was that gaming IP that came out like 18 months ago? I think they nailed it with that one, right? But I don't think they've been doing well with like the Lord of the Rings series. I think like I don't understand. We talked about this, but I forget what we came to the conclusion on. Why is it that Lord of the Rings that came out like 25 years ago, 26 years ago, why does that Lord of the Rings look so much better than the Lord of the Rings that came out on Amazon? Like, I don't understand this. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's like upset with gaming, like, oh my goodness, games aren't getting better. But literally, for anybody who's watching, maybe I need Mel. I need Mel here. You know, why is it that it seems like we went backwards? And so when I see this comments about like Kratos and Atreus, I'm like, yeah, like I don't know what it is, what Amazon does. Like, I don't know if it's their cameras they use. I don't know if they don't use like Kodak or Fujifilm. I don't know what they do, but it never looks good to me. You know what I mean? It like never looks good to me. And so anytime I hear like Amazon's doing a series, I'm like, I think I can count on two fingers the number of series that look good coming out of Amazon. And no offense to anybody who works at Amazon who likes their shows, but it's literally like that. This is to support your local sex workers. That is actually a slogan to a lot of people. I believe they call themselves accountants now. Aren't you an accountant? Aren't you like aren't Simpleton, aren't you like an accountant kind of? Or what are you? Auditor? You're something. Oh sweet summer child. What? I've been that kid in another show. He's quite good at acting. Oh, that one? The Atreus kid? Yeah, but why does they never look good to it's the beer for me, but it looks like a cosplay shot. Let me see this, Amby. You're saying this guy? Let's bring that up again. Let's bring that up again. Where did he go? Um, this guy right here? That guy right there? I feel bad for the kid. I feel bad for the kid. I know you said he's a good actor, Zalik, but here's the reason I feel bad for the kid. I feel like we've had a string of child actors like across the board. We could talk Power Rangers, we could talk like what's another one? The older kid from Tim Allen's show, the Toolman show. I forget what that show's called. Like the older kid from that, he supposedly had some issues. Whatever happened to Jonathan Taylor Thomas? Like, that is a talking about no duh. Talk about no duh. What happened to Jonathan Taylor Thomas? Some of y'all are like, "Who?" JTT. What do y'all know about that? You don't know nothing about that, right? But, like, talking about child actors, like, I feel like this kid's best days are now, and he's, like, 8. You know what I mean? But, look at the people from Stranger Things. Like, you have, like, grown people playing, like, 12-year-olds. It's, like, crazy. It's crazy. I talk to a lot of accountants. Accountants. Good ones. All right, let me see. I'm an auditor. That's what I thought you were. Um, it's so early in development. There's no way that pick was matured final product. I don't know, Simpleton. This reminds me a lot of the Lord of the Rings stuff. I saw watching The Wheel of Time halfway through the first season. They butchered the series in the first episode. Okay, Rebecca, tell me more. Tell me more because I've actually watched it through the second season. I've actually watched it through the second season. Um, I'm kind of upset about certain things that they did. But I want to hear what you have to say. Can we just take 5 and acknowledge the now input cost of manufacturing, cost of living, the post-war inflation? Post-war inflation. Oh my! Which post? You sound like someone from speaking of the Great War. You said the post-war. What war are you speaking of, sir? And now we don't say Lady of the Night because it isn't 1827 anymore. I will have you know, I think Lady of the Night is a very good term. I think that's a very, like, morally correct term. Um, you know, I probably could think of some other ones if I went back to, like, Jack the Ripper, like, during that time frame, like, with Jack the Ripper. Like, they had a whole bunch of names for prostitutes that I don't think they use the word prostitute. I'm all about using terms, like reusing terms, like reuse, recycle, reduce. Like, we need to reduce terms, we need to recycle them, we need to reuse them, and we need to repurpose them. I think that's it. There's 4 R's. There used to be 3, there's 4 now. I don't know what they're teaching kids, but there's 4 of them. Jonathan Taylor. Yes. Yes, Home Improvement. Yes, the kid with the older one, the blonde-haired kid. That kid is, like, not doing good. I think he died. I think he died. Don't quote me on that, but the older kid from Home Improvement, I think is dead. Kid is fine. Kratos needs a thicker beard, not a feathered duster on his face. I'll never see that picture the same, Amby. I'll never see it the same. Jonathan Taylor, do you remember him? Remember, he was, like, huge. That guy was, like, if I go back to 1993, Jonathan Taylor Thomas was huge. Macaulay Culkin was huge, and then he fell off, right? Because there was that whole thing, like, there was a whole thing with Macaulay Culkin, and then he did the movie. Oh, what was that movie called? It's like Party Monster or something. But by that time, he was already, like, weird, right? Like, there was something like, remember when Marilyn Manson was, like, super weird? Like, everybody was like, "Oh, Marilyn Manson, he had a rib removed so he could." Never mind. Let me not say that. Never let me say that. Y'all can go look it up. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, there were rumors that Marilyn Manson had a rib removed. I don't know if that is true or not, but he did have a rib removed. And when we talk about this time frame, I just remember, and we mentioned, I don't know why Macaulay Culkin came to my head Marilyn Manson came to my head when you said Macaulay Culkin, but he did. And when he did, I thought of the rib removal. I don't know how that has to do with Jonathan Taylor Thomas, but they are all there in the same memory bank with no duh. He's finally covered and making a comeback. Is he? Yes, the last season was really good. I was sad when it ended. Oh, I need to watch it. Okay, Zalek's telling us time is really good shit. He was in that show Home Improvement. Yes, he was. But he was also, it was like he was in a whole bunch of, like, direct to TV movies as well. He was in a lot. Lot Lizard. Who the heck is Lot Lizard? The post-war inflation that is going to land right in the middle of spinning up the machine to build these consoles. Oh. Oh. So you're predicting. So you're actually on the side of that it's not an endless war. I like your optimism. I like your optimism. He's still alive. I just looked him up. So the blonde hair just got arrested. So he got arrested. But he got arrested for something, right? I just remember I saw him. There's a whole slew of like child actors. Some of them are dying. Some of them are getting arrested. Some of them are like, I guess I put them in the getting killed like category, but I guess he got arrested. And the sad thing is he looks kind of like an overweight version of the same person. That's why I said I think this Atreus kid is going downhill for that kid. Prostitution. Zachary Ty Bryant is in jail. I love it. So he's in jail. We now got prostitution is fire. I mean, it's a form of work. Some people would say it's one of the oldest forms of making a living. I think we can say that it's one of the oldest professions. I think we need to put a little bit more respect into it. The families of Matt Cawthon and Perry, I remember it completely changed. Matt's family was very respectful. His father was a successful horse trader. We still have successful horse traders? What does that even mean? Like, are these racing horses? Like if you can still have a successful horse trader, let me just put this out there. For anybody who says AI is going to take all our jobs, the fact that there was still a successful horse trader up until recent, or no, you're saying from a wheel of time. You're saying from a wheel of time. That actually totally negates what I was about to say. Because I was like, you're telling me some random child actor had a horse trading father? No, you're telling me from a wheel of time. Okay, never mind. Scratch what I was about to say. I wonder what happened to the Hanson. Well, the Hansons, they actually were just in concert in New York like 2 years ago. I do know what happened to them. Actually, strange story. The same day I was in line for the Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, the same exact day, the Hanson, as they were called, right? Just Hanson was at Good Morning America. And so you had two lines of people. You had the Tears of the Kingdom people in line for that. And then you had like this other line of slightly older, like middle-aged women. Like, don't get me wrong, both lines had middle-aged people, but one line had like middle-aged people who were like very nerdy gaming, and the other line had like very specifically like older middle-aged women who were wearing clothes like that they probably should have like Goodwilled a while ago. So it was like this very interesting standoff because like where the Nintendo store in New York is like right there. So it was a pretty interesting scene. So that's the last time I remember Hanson, because we were like, where are you all here for? And they're like, Hanson. And it was like, what? So true story on that. True story. Right, for self Daytona, we're not. That might be true. That might be true. That was the rumor. I recognized him right away. Macaulay Culkin was awesome in The Godson. I haven't seen The Godson. I need to watch it. Once I looked up Jonathan, I remember I used to watch all those shows back in the 90s. Oh, Tim the Tool Man. And then you had Wilson, and you could never. And was he the twin? There was a twin on that show. I guess we wouldn't even know if Wilson was the twin, right? Man, that's a weird show. But no, I think it was the handyman brother was a twin. Someone was a twin. Oh, now I need to see it. You're saying The Godson was so disturbing? I need to see this now. Oh, I remember The Godson. Good movie. Oh my goodness. Y'all are saying so much about this. I need to watch this. Because I won't say what, but Hollywood has a way, shall I say, destroying those childhood stars' lives as well. Yeah, they do. That's why I said this kid, Atreus, he's gonna go down with the best of them. Sequest. Sequest, was that with, no, was Sequest the one with the big submarine? Was that Sequest that eventually they find aliens? That show just took a really weird turn. Some of y'all are like, "What are you talking about?" These are shows, okay? There's, like, this show, it's like I wanna say it was Sequest, and I just remember, like, it was like Star Trek, but in the ocean. It's kinda weird. Um, can we either go back to game or bring on lo-fi first? Because no, we are. All right. More Jeff wants more news. All right. So, we do have a couple more no's. We do have a couple more, right? We do have a couple more. This I thought this was a no dumb moment as well. Castlevania Belmont's Curse is not a roguelike or a roguelike game, Konami insists. Um, I'm like, yeah, it's a Metroidvania. It's literally why it's called Castlevania. It's like, yeah, I could have, like, I thought that. I don't know why there's like rumors that's maybe something else. Jeff's favorite thing, Highguard is permanently shutting down March 12th. This is actually really sad news. This game just launched. Ron Slusher game, Jeff game. I think there's one other person who liked this game. Um, just tells you so hard with live service games. They are going to be pushed back. We talked about this earlier. Stellar Blade. They may cut Sony support and self-publish the sequel. I think this is really interesting. So what stuck out to me about that is who owns the IP? Because if I'm not mistaken, Sony published the game. So they must have like some unique clause because usually the publisher owns the IP. So I'm really interested how this Stellar Blade thing is going to resolve itself because yeah, I just don't know. Like book industry, movie industry, video game industry, usually the publisher maintains the IP. So the fact that they're saying that they may self-publish, um, I don't know, like that just seems really odd to me. But if you're a fan of Stellar Blade, and I will probably pick it up and start playing again. There you go. There you go. Now you know the other side of the story. Let's see. Body Neos, body green covering. I would have to see it. I would have to see it. Oh my goodness. You forgot to say hi. Jonathan Vasquez, I did not see you. Did you just come in? Hey, how are you? Well, Jeff wanted me to do something, so I had to go back. Only noobs need oh my Daytona. Daytona. Stop. Daytona. Stop it. 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 That is way too much. Way too much. Way too much. All right. One thing we did want to get to, we talked about a lot of things. Last thing I did want to do is give an update on this thing. So Audi is not here, but y'all know we talked about this last week. And I think it's actually pretty interesting. If I can find it, I don't know. I have so many things out here. But we talked about this last week. This is the Paramount Warner Brothers. If y'all remember, Paramount Warner Brothers and Netflix. All right, let me just catch you up, right? Netflix was going to buy Warner Brothers, right? That's like DC and everything else. Paramount made a big fuss about it. They reopened the bidding price. Paramount upped their bid to get Warner Brothers. Netflix said, we're not in it, right? So what we now have is Paramount said that they were going to get the deal. Now, if you go back and watch last week's show, you'll see that we made a big deal about the financing and the debt of the deal, right? If you recall, like that was actually one of my biggest things from last week. I said it's a ton of debt. Well, your girl Purple's not the only one who thought about that, right? So what we're now seeing is like you have the best way I can explain is like rating agencies that act as credit agencies, but they do this for business debt. And essentially what has happened now is in the middle of the deal, the rating agencies have looked at Paramount and have said, you are going to take on so much debt, we're going to lower your credit rating, or like essentially do that. What this is akin to is similar to if you were going to buy a house. For y'all who bought a house, you know how this works. You want to buy a house and you try to get the best rate because that keeps your mortgage down. So if you're trying to buy something really expensive and your credit score just went down, your rates are going to go high, mortgage payment more. What this all means essentially is if Paramount is to close this deal to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, they are saying in interest payments alone, okay, I'm not even talking about paying down a principal. Their interest payment alone is going to look somewhere close to $7 to $8 billion every year. This is not paying down capital. This is not paying on expenses or anything. So if Warner Brothers Discovery gets purchased by Paramount, the agencies that are in charge of setting essentially the rate to which Paramount can borrow money are now saying that this does not look good. This is on top of what I had put in the Discord, in which the California and the New York Attorney Generals have also signaled that this deal, they're not happy about it. So in true fashion, bigger the deal, the bigger chance that this deal does not go through. I'm not saying it's going to fall through yet. I'm not making that prediction just yet. What I am saying is there is one really, really rich billionaire and his son who, it's like the dog who caught the car. You know, they caught that thing and reality is setting in. So I'm going to keep following this. I know some of y'all are following this and you don't want Warner Brothers to be bought by either Netflix or Paramount. I totally hear you all. I don't think we've heard the end of this. I think this is going to be dragged on. I think this is going to get super ugly. Like people are going to try to get out of the deal. I think they're going to try to say there's like clause broke. It's going to get political. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be spicy. That's the best way I can put it. It's going to be spicy. Can I join Discord server, please? Jonathan Vasquez, we sent you a link on the one of your posts. We sent you the link, but someone please give Jonathan Vasquez the Discord. Who's Saria? Daytona, timeout. These are emotes. Let's see the trailer for Echoes of Ankar. Do we have Echoes of Ankar? I don't think we have Echoes of Ankar. I don't think I have Echoes of Ankar. I have Dead Zone. So this is a game I really liked. And then after these, I'm going to show a couple of games right now. And then afterwards, we are going to drop the link. So here we go.
Hi, I'm Justin from Prophecy Games in Atlanta, Georgia.
Hi, I'm Jess.
And I'm Scott. We love the feeling of progression you get in roguelikes, and we were inspired to create an FPS roguelike in our favorite genre, sci-fi.
Sci-fi lets us imagine futures just out of reach, and in Dead Zone Rogue, everyone pulls you deeper into that world, starting when you awaken on a mysterious ship.
We've worked hard to craft rich, immersive atmospheres, unique enemies, and snappy gunplay that leaves a lasting impact.
We hope you enjoy playing Dead Zone Rogue as much as we do.
A spaceship overrun with biomechanical creatures, an arsenal of modifiable weapons, and a mysterious origin to uncover. That's what awaits in Dead Zone Rogue, a new sci-fi shooter that combines tight, satisfying gunplay with strategic progression.
Select missions and squad up with friends, or fight solo through a series of challenging rooms with support for mouse controls using the Joy-Con 2 controllers.
Gain perks and permanent upgrades by defeating enemies and bosses in high-intensity loops. With
hundreds of builds and a variety of foes, each run feels epic and unique.
All of this is backed by a rip-roaring original soundtrack.
Fight, revive, adapt, repeat in Dead Zone Rogue, emerging from the void on the Nintendo Switch 2 system, March 17th.
So I thought it was kind of cool. It's like an indie shooter. I don't know. It looked decent. It reminded me a little bit of X Defiant. Hopefully, it does not suffer X Defiant's X Defiant's fate. It is probably something I'll pick up just because it caught my eye. So that is one, and the other. I actually have a couple of them. We have another one. We have a couple of. Here goes another one from one of our favorite publishers. But here we go. So that is from Pocket Pair. You know, we always got to give Pocket Pair some respect here on this one. They were one of the people who supported Stadia, so we are always there for them. But we do have, let's see, another one. So just for y'all, just for Jeff Janek, if he's here, our producers were able to find something the last minute. Let's see if you recognize this one.
Attention players, I welcome you to my world.
So there he goes. That is Echoes of Ankiod. So yeah, I know, I know, Roster. I know. So there you go, Jeff. How about that one? Echoes of Ankiod, as he just mentioned, that it was launched just a few hours ago. And if you notice, when did they tell us about it versus when is it coming out? It's within our little window of getting hyped for 3 to 4 months away. I thought it looked a little Zelda-esque, right? Definitely has that anime feel to it. I see you, Simpleton. And welcome back, Roster. Yeah, I thought it was interesting that well, no, Simpleton, you play Metroidvanias. So that seems like they tell you just as part of the process of you're out, Simpleton. You play Metroidvanias. That is like, I think you like, you can't pull this. No, but those other two, meh. I totally hear you. We gotta give everyone murder. We gotta give everyone. We did a couple earlier. We gotta do a couple of these. But yeah, so that was Echoes of Ankiad. I always gotta give a little bit. You can't do too many scary ones. I think I may have one more. But we may keep those for later. So, but I will drop the link. Okay, if y'all don't want to come through, like I will stay as long as y'all want to stay. I do have to take a flight tomorrow morning, but I will stay. Uh-oh. Hold on. They changed everything on Restream. And so, yeah, everything's different now. And so they've done this like 3 times. But that's the link. Let me know if you want to come on. Anything I want to talk about. But I agree with you, Simpleton. I've been trying to think about the play that Paramount is trying to do, like Larry Ellison and David Ellison are trying to do with, they had Skydance, they bought Paramount, and now they're trying to buy Warner Brothers. And I'm just like, it's a ton of debt. They're going to pay so much money. Like, think about it. Like, even if your company's worth $100 million and you're able to produce like 10 million, let's just say you're able to produce $8 million and $8 billion in profit, like that's pretty good. But now you're saying like you have to do all these cost cutting measures just for the deal to go through. And then your first $8 billion in profit is just going to interest, not going to principal, which by the way, the principal is like $90 billion, right? So like when you pay it off, you know what I mean? Are you always going to be at $80 billion? Like, and how are you going to make content if all your money is going towards paying bills? I don't know what their play is. I don't know what this play is. I didn't read it yet because I was giving Scott a haircut and pick. Oh, cool. Rouser's doing haircut stuff. I guess you missed my conversation with Holtz about anime on Friday nights. We haven't seen Holtz. Doesn't come back. I haven't seen Holtz in a while. But Jeff is excited about Echoes of Ankiad. It does look cool, right? Like I told you, my biggest thing was Blueprints earlier, and seeing Blueprints coming to Switch, to me, that was kind of like my cool thing. Like, so that's where I've been at. I need to finish Mio. I'm at the final part. I need to finish Mio. And I think that's all like the gaming. Oh, I'm waiting for Reanimal to get an update to their multiplayer. Their multiplayer has been really bad on all platforms. So, or their co-op, I forget what they call it. It's been really, really bad. So I'm waiting for that to go through, like to finish that so I can officially even though I think they're very different games right now, Little Nightmares 3 versus Reanimal, I think those are very different games, but I still want to give my full review on the games because I still thought Little Nightmares 3 was good. I know some people don't, but I thought Little Nightmares 3 was pretty good. You broke the buzzer? What do you mean you broke the buzzer? Like the haircut thing? That's tough. That's tough. But yeah, I don't know. Like today, I think we hit all our main stories. I think y'all all had different things. I mean, we kind of did miss that one about Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye is like kind of this weird one that looked like Grand Theft Auto meets Cyberpunk in a way. And I don't know what organized espionage and corporate sabotage means. I really don't know what. I mean, those are big. Those are really big words that I would not pull out in Wheel of Fortune. I'll be very honest with you. I don't think I would get either one of these words: organized espionage and corporate sabotage. I don't know what corporate sabotage means. Organized espionage just means espionage, right? Like, if you think about that term, organized espionage, like, if you were to spy on someone, wouldn't it already be organized? You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't have disorganized spying, would you? I don't know. It feels like an oxymoron. Like, or it's not an oxymoron. It's just like, I don't know. It's like organized bookkeeping. Well, like, if you're bookkeeping, aren't you organized? I don't know. Things like that just really bother me when I see it. I'm like, why did you have to make it? I don't know. Just call it espionage. Is it just me? Am I being picky right now? My internet is not interneting. I hear you. Try to join. Oh no, Lo-Fi. Jeff wants to hear your conspiracy theories too. If you do your show next week, I'll have my setup set up. I'd love to hop on with you. Murder, do you want to do your interview next week? Let me know that. Murder, if you want to do your interview next week, we can do your interview next week. So I think even if there was big gaming news, I think there's just so much wildness in the world that it wouldn't break through. Like this, I'm going to be very honest. I'll be a moment of vulnerability with y'all right now. There's just so much going on in the world right now that, like, I was super excited about the stuff, and we have a guest right now. I was super excited about this Warner Brothers stuff, but the state of the world made me realize, like, there are bigger issues I have. But with that said, let's bring on our guest, the one, the only, the Sims content creator of the community, Robotka, longtime simmer. All right. Let's give us. Did I do a good job summing up the issue? Of what's it?
I think so. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, good. Because my microphone never quite worked. It's the first time. So,
Okay,
yeah, no, pretty much. I think there's a few other details that I've seen today. I've seen that some content creators have already decided to leave the creator, whatever they're calling that network, the people who are making things for it, because they don't like the rules that they have set out for them. What else? They keep saying that they're going to have years more content for The Sims 4, but right now, rumor has it that this no more expansion packs. So whatever is coming out will be small.
So smaller and paying the same.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So I'm going to move this to my other screen so I'm looking at you.
No worries. And thank you, Ambi, for the gifted. Thank you. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, so it's like there's just so much about it. Like it's very feels cash grabby. Like everyone's like, why are they doing this? We've already paid like $2,000 or whatever it is to get all of the packs already. Custom content right now is free. Now, the other thing, though, is that people on consoles who are playing The Sims can't access custom content or mods or anything like that. Just doesn't work on consoles.
Right.
So this would allow them to get some of that in their game, but they'd be paying for it. It's not free. Yeah, so like there are a lot of people in the Sims community who, to me, they seem to be a little bit what's the word I'm looking for? Entitled, but they think they should be able to get everything for free. They don't think they should have to pay a cent. Like every time there's a new pack that comes out, oh, this should have been added to the base game. Why isn't this base game? There's just put it out as an update. So there is some of that in the Sims community. People don't want to pay for content. They think it should just be free content, which I don't agree with. I mean, I think if you want to have it, you should hold on. That if you want something, you should have to pay for it, because that helps pay for the development of the game. Like, how are they
Right.
supposed to develop it if they don't have any money to develop it? Although actually they don't, because EA takes all the money from The Sims and doesn't really give much back for the devs to do anything. So, um, yeah. So apparently there's these leaks that come out from, I don't know who it is exactly. I forget their name, but because it's only on one forum that they're on. But apparently they used to work for the Sims, but not the main Sims team. It was like a mobile team. So this is where a lot of leaks are coming from. But they're saying that the morale of the developers right now for Maxis is very, very low. Like, they don't want it. They're hoping it'll fail and that EA will get rid of it, and because they don't want it.
Of the online store.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could actually see. I don't think EA is going to move away from it. What I do think is they're going to pivot their strategy for it, because I could see, like, they're like, we have this huge platform of players, or like this dedicated platform. How can we monetize it further? And I understand this is kind of like that middle ground of like, hey, we're giving you an official storefront to sell your things. I just think it was like not the way to go about it.
Yeah,
Right.
and apparently they really targeted I keep thinking content creators, the CC creators, who are like really need the money, or who are really greedy for money, who are like the ones who are always charging more for their CC than they should be. Because right now, I think they can charge for early access for 1 month, and then it has to go to free. And some people try to get around that by constantly saying, "Oh, it's still in development" or something like that.
Nice.
But yeah,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
So my question. So when I was doing I think like one of the things I didn't like as much was you have to use their digital currency to then buy the in-game things. But then I was like, I'm trying to figure. I mean, I guess this is like Roblox in a way, right? Like, you have to use Robux to pay. So that's where I think they're utilizing like this concept.
So like another game I play is Disney Dreamlight Valley, and that has a store with premium currency that you can buy, but you can also earn it in the game. Or like, they give you 50 moonstones per day if you can find the chest. And then they have other things you can do to win more. It's like a photo contest or something like that, which even if you do poorly, you still get 600 per week. So,
Right.
so I mean, there are ways in the game to get this premium currency, and I managed to get enough to like do their it's not monthly events, it's like seasonal events and stuff that they have, which and get some bonus content for my game too. So like, I don't know, Northern Lights or something like that. And so I like that better, where you get some, if you get like, there's only been 3 expansion packs for Disney Dreamlight Valley. They bring out one every year. So so every time you get an expansion pack, you get some currency with it. You can buy it, but you can also earn it in the game. And I really like that particular model, because even if you don't want to spend $70 on the currency every month, you can still earn enough to get some cool stuff. So, but having it paid only, I really don't like that.
No, I can tell. Like, I just like from what I could see, I think that was the thing, is that you had to pay for it, like that and so yeah, I don't know what to say. I think like when you brought it to me, I was like, okay, let me go back into The Sims. I need to research this. I need to see what's going on. But now that I look at it, I understand why they did it, especially because they're trying to get their hands around things. But at the same time, I just think it's a big departure.
But also, like, the Sims community is already in a downward spiral.
Yeah. From
And-
the whole purchase of EA.
Yes. And so this on top of everything else is just like people are really, really upset about it. Like every stream that I've watched this week, people have been complaining about it.
You know what's interesting is that there's big events, and we're not going to talk too much about the political implications of those events, but there was big events that happened this weekend with the United States, and there's a lot of stuff where Saudi Arabia is involved with this. I actually thought about this EA deal as it pertained to Saudi Arabia, because I couldn't help but think like there might be something that comes of this that might be beneficial to the Sims. And I don't want to that's like speculating quite a bit.
Yeah, I've seen comments about that.
But I actually think this is one of those things that if this gets sticky enough, that investments from it actually becomes very political, right? Investments from that, you may start to see some regulators step in a way to allow put like pressure that was not there before. And I, we talked about how the Paramount, Warner Brothers, Discovery, Netflix is facing, it's not really the US regulators who are actually putting up the roadblock on this. It's the state people. And if I'm not mistaken, Electronic Arts is based where?
It's in Redwood, California.
Redwood, California. Exactly. So when you look at, if you were someone from, let's say, a governing person who wanted to make your mark as you start to move towards maybe positioning yourself as president, you could interrogate this deal to the point that it surpasses the actual length of time. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I am saying that there are these geopolitical things that went besides like places I used to like I was deployed to being attacked right now, or I don't even know how to describe what's going on, but I did think of the EA deal during this moment.
Yeah. Well, you know what? There's another rumor going around. I think it's something someone found in the code or something like that, because people mine the code for leaks. But there are some rumors, or there's something about a potential, what's the word I'm looking for? Subscription model for The Sims. And now that I think would be interesting. I'm not completely against it as long as I still have the option to buy the new packs that come out, because it's like $2,000 to get everything full price. If you have a subscription, you can pay even $20 a month. That's, I don't know, and you only pay for it while you're playing it or whatever, right? Like, okay, $20 a month Canadian is a lot less than the US.
It's still a lot. It's still a lot of money. It's still a lot of money.
But there are some that are that much. But anyways, yeah. So that I could understand. Like for people who say maybe you only have the base game because it's free. If you wanted to pay a subscription for, say, like, oh, I want to play this month, I'll pay for the subscription, get access to everything for a month, and then not pay for it anymore until I want to play it next time. For casual gamers, right? So you don't have to put it in this huge investment to get the entire game. But I think that's okay as long as they're only doing that. Like they still have the other option to actually purchase the new content outright.
Yeah.
For those of us who have bought everything already.
But you have, and we have a message from one of your fans, Granite. Granite has put a question in the chat here. Would EA ever intentionally leak stuff out to get a public reaction test? Yeah, 100%. I think you knew the answer to that one. I think they could. And so but again, I don't know, this one feels like I know where they're going with this. Like, because I can I can easily say, okay, Roblox did XYZ. Or I could see World of Warcraft. When you talk about the subscription model, the subscription that comes to my mind is World of Warcraft, right?
Mhm.
It's probably one of the most, I think they would say the most I'm going to go out on a limb now, but they would say that's probably one of the most successful subscription models in gaming is the World of Warcraft subscription model. And so when I look at these other monetization efforts, I'm like, yeah, it's no wonder that EA, who hasn't been doing the greatest financially, given like some of the, even though they have Madden or FC or whoever, that they would be leaning this way. So could they leak it? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And could they? And maybe that was the effort. Like I said, I think there is this. We're going to see this in about 3 or 4 months. Granted, all Sims DLC for EA Play, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's the base game, and I think there's 2 or 3 of the early expansion packs that you can get on EA Play. But yeah, that would be one thing that I could see that happening. And I have nothing against them doing that as long as they are not making it mandatory for all players to subscribe.
Yeah.
So the Sims rumor mill is just like there's people putting out like 4 or 5 videos a day because there's new stuff coming all the time for like leaks and rumors and stuff.
No, I'm like, as like there's been 3 stories I've had to dig a little deeper to figure out, and like now my algorithm on YouTube has like Sims content in it.
Yeah.
And so it's like really interesting. My YouTube is like a mixture of like World War III, Sims, console wars, and like financial independence. It's like all these, like, it's a very interesting algorithm right now. So but this one there was other Sims things where I was like, okay, like I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. Like I don't think they're doing this, but this one I was like, okay, I understand. I can see the
because people are always like, oh, I hate the well, okay, so a lot of people do not like the kits because they're like, oh, it's $5 for all this content, and $5 to me seems like nothing. I mean, it's actually $7.50 including tax for me to buy them, because Canadian.
Yeah, it's like funny money.
But yeah, $5 to me isn't that much to get some really nice content for the game. And like some of these kits, the last one that came out was an Alice in Wonderland themed one, and it was spectacular. And like, so people are always like, oh, why are they doing this? It's terrible how monetized it's become. I'm like, just be glad we don't have a store like The Sims 3, which was like, there's 2 worlds that you can get on that store. They cost, for me to get them, would be $30 each. That's more than expansion packs for The Sims 3. So I don't want something like that for The Sims 4. And The Sims 4 is almost 12 years old. Like, it'll be 12 in September. So that's what, like 11 and a half years they haven't had a store. And now they're bringing out this marketplace. So, I mean, that's part of the reason why I get so upset, is because it's been this long. And I was like, oh, at least we don't have a store. And now we have a store.
Now you have a store.
And it's not like
that last time.
Yeah, and it's not Sims 2 where you could there was no like really good way to share things back then for like houses and things like that. I mean, they did have some on their website, but it was kind of clunky and you couldn't put anything up that had custom content in it. But it was really easy to pirate the store so you could get all the content. And then when they stopped the store, when they brought out The Sims 3 and The Sims 2 kind of fizzled out, they brought out you could get it, The Sims 2 complete for free on Origin. That was the app they had then. And I got it, but it wasn't compatible with the store items. So like all of the store items now are pirated because you can't get them any other way. So, but you can't do that with The Sims 4 because it's like you can't. You can share the stuff on the gallery, but it'll be flagged and taken down and stuff. And it's hard to remember sometimes what's custom content and what's not.
And I think they're trying to I think it was Ross who asked a question earlier, and like I said, I think this is just an effort to like limit their liability, and you kind of just had explained this, and I don't know what's gonna happen. Now we're talking about Neos stuff, but was Neos here? Neos was here earlier, wasn't he?
Briefly, yeah. I mean, when I first started playing The Sims, I didn't buy my first copy of The Sims until
my goodness, Republica.
It was somebody gave me a CD that had written on pen The Sims. I did buy it later when I had money.
You made that, so you have that right to like that's your copy of it. I love look, I totally get it. Like if you were to when you're younger, you don't have money. Like I think that's a thing. Like that's how games were passed along, right? You didn't know any better. Mm-hmm. I do not have anything with that. My thing is like when people justify, like they know they're stealing, and they know they can pay for it. Then I may have.
Yeah,
it's a little bit different.
But to me, it's if you want somebody to create a game, you have to pay for it. How are they like? They're not going to make more games if nobody's buying it.
Rebecca, I hear this, and Maddie's Bucky is saying you're a bootlicker.
I do not like EA. I like Maxis. There's a difference. There is a distinction.
There is a distinction once the it's like my Xbox Microsoft thing, right? I respect Xbox. Not so much for Microsoft. But no, I've often asked this. If we all were to pirate in the game to show the game company who's the consumer, and we're going to like, I don't know, like how this cycle, like at what point do we pay for the game? I don't know. I've done this exercise.
One of the things that's really bothering me right now with this new marketplace is that all the new kits are going to be on the marketplace and you have to use their currency for it. I like the kits. I would, and actually my YouTube channel, that's where I get most of my views from, is reviewing the kits the day they come out. And I'm conflicted because I don't want to buy anything off the marketplace, but if that's where the kit is, I'm stuck.
Right. Well,
oh yeah, there's a real big problem with piracy in The Sims right now.
Let's see, I read it. There is. Well, I would imagine it's always been.
But apparently it's really bad right now. There was somebody who was very openly providing pirated copies of The Sims, like updates for them and things like that. And you just went to his website and you could just download all the stuff there. Everybody knew it. And then one day he disappeared.
Oh no, now we have a lo-fi situation.
And he surfaced briefly. And apparently we got a cease and desist letter from EA and had to take down his website. So
well, there you go. Which may be why you're being made to have a storefront, which
punishes the people who are actually paying for the stuff, though. So, but that's really annoying because it's all custom content, which we can get for free right now, anyways, unless you're on console. And it's like 3% of Sims players are on console. It's a very small amount.
Well, are we becoming PC elitist right now?
No. I really support the people who play on the console, but like this isn't free custom content. This is paid custom content, and the whole thing just annoys me. It's driving me crazy.
I think you are sounding more and more like Neos by the minute. Because he's always about the console people are annoying. So
no, I mean, if somebody's able to play The Sims on console, wow, I'm impressed because it's not easy.
I'm just messing with you.
And actually, they've had a lot of updates lately that have made it more difficult. Like they changed all the controls on the PlayStation at one point and never quite got them back to where they were. So if you're not using mouse and keyboard, if you're trying to play it with a controller, which people do, it is actually quite difficult. So
I would imagine, like when I see you moving, anytime like you have any of those games where you kind of need the full range. Like I think there are games that are better for PC. Like
I couldn't imagine playing it with controller.
Yeah,
I've tried to play it with the touchpad on my laptop because my mouse wasn't working, and that's really hard. Actually, when I first got The Sims, my very first computer, I had a cordless keyboard, and the mouse on it was a little joystick with like 2 buttons. So
we have a
my mouse now is a big step up.
And that's a fancy night. We do have a question from a longtime viewer of your content here. When was the last time you played either the Xbox or the PlayStation in your house?
The Xbox? Never.
Never.
The only time I've played it was when I was helping my son when he was stuck in Minecraft get out of a hole.
That's actually really. I've seen Lo-Fi play Minecraft, and that can be actually a scary thing. So that is
like I have no idea how this works. I'm just pressing buttons. I'm hoping I get out of here. Yeah.
Oh my god. So okay. So not a console. Well, you do play Nintendo.
I play the Switch.
You play the Switch.
We have the PlayStation. I have to say it's probably been about 3 or 4 years since I've played it.
So we have it. Trade in the PlayStation and get a Switch too, so you can play Blueprints.
But then I can't play my games that I like to play on the PlayStation.
Oh, which games do you play on PlayStation? Journey,
which is a PS3 game.
Yeah, I was just about to be like.
And I have
Is Journey good though? Because like I mean it.
I don't know if it still works. Yeah. So it's like you. I don't think I had a server, but it was like if anyone's playing and there was another person playing, you like it would match you up with people, like, and then they go off on their own, and like it was like you would almost always meet up with at least one person. Well, it was only 2 people ever at a time, but like you could play together.
Murder Man coming in. PC gamers are the worst. Explain murder. Like as long as you're gaming, you go with me. I do think there can be some territorialness across the gaming universe. Journey is legit, not the best game ever, but it's cool.
It is really good. It has a really good soundtrack too. It won awards.
That's what I was. Because I know like. Yeah, like Journey, like it did really. There's actually a story behind Journey. I was just listening. I forget this. There's like actually a story with the development team behind that game. Like they put a lot of effort into it, and I don't think
it's gorgeous though. Like it's very simple. Like you're like a little
triangle
cloak. Yeah,
little triangle. Scarf. Yeah,
scarf that trails behind you, and it's either red or there is a way to, if you get all of these little things, then you turn white and you get a longer tail and can fly longer or float longer. It's not really flying. But the sand is really pretty, and like when it's sunset, the sun's setting on the sand, and it's like just reflecting everywhere. It's really pretty.
I've seen it. It definitely sounds like something I would like. I know I've heard anytime they show it, the soundtrack always comes up. It's always like considered like one of the indies that defined indie-ness when it came out. So I may give it a shot. We'll see. It's
pretty good. And the other game I have on there, I only have like 2 games. Well, we have Harry Potter, but I played that for a little while, but it's I'm not really good at those games.
She said Journey, granted. She said she's been playing Journey on the PlayStation 5.
I have played it like 2 or 3 times since we got the PlayStation. It's like 4 hours.
Oh, so this is like 1 out of every 15 months.
So I've played Harry Potter, the Hogwarts Legacy, I think it was called. couple of times, but I'm not very good at that type of game, so I tried. And the other one that I have is Final Fantasy VII, and it took me an hour and a half to figure out how to have it with Japanese voices.
And I'm guessing that burns you out of the game.
Yeah.
That's happened to me.
It's
Happened.
also-
There you go.
It's also harder for me to play that style of game because I'm not good at it. So it's different from the little sprite one that you had on the PlayStation. What was it? Like 1 or 2, whichever one PlayStation or Final Fantasy VII was it on originally.
I think it was PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
But back me up. Kill AI. So we got Daytona. We got Jacob Chabrowski. Oh my goodness, y'all are upset with AI. I can see that. Internet of Games says, as a pure consumer, a storefront is in your interests. Watch out. Marcus is being spicy right now. He's been spicy. All chat. I understand the chilling effect on exploration of new content by the owner of the IP, but it holds a store is a customer-friendly space.
But the store isn't content from The Sims. It's content from custom content creators.
There you go. I think, like I said, I can see why they did it. That's all I can say. All I can see is I can see why they did it. I can understand also my thing, and I continue to say they rolled it out wrong. But we shall see.
And it's like everything is like, oh look, we have this new marketplace, yay! And all the Simmers are like, what is this? Why do we have this? We don't want it. Like, you didn't ask us if we wanted it. You just kind of forced it on us.
So here's a question I've been wondering ever since like about 4 months ago, we talked about EA and they were being bought. Where would Simmers go if they wanted? That's where they would go?
Everyone's waiting for Paralives to come out. Yeah. Some people like Inzoi. A lot of people don't. The simming community is very much against AI. And so that's a lot of the complaints about Inzoi is because it uses generative AI for clothing and stuff like that. Like for patterns on it. So a lot of people are against Inzoi. Other people, like me, find it a little bit uncanny valley. A little too creepy. But I'm interested in it. I couldn't play it on my laptop, but I should be able to play it on my computer. I'm hoping that there'll be a sale sometime so I can try it. And Paralives is they were going to start early access in December, decided they weren't ready and pushed it back. So I think till May.
So a few months. So a few months we may see an exodus from The Sims to Paralives.
To Paralives. And Paralives is even more cartoony than The Sims. It's they're kind of flat-looking people in more realistic environment. So
we're not to see that.
Yeah. And then there's been a couple of other life sims that have been canceled. One was like announced and then canceled right away, but they'd already done a bunch of work on it. But that one they were using AI for the voices, like for conversation, like because they could have literally any situation is what they said. So they wanted AI for conversations. And so many people were against that. So I don't know. It's like the Sims community seems to be like, you cannot have AI in your game.
I mean, so Marcus G. Knight, again, he's the AI person, but Daytona seems to be out. Okay, hear me out. Second Life. Okay. Second Life OG. What is wrong? Second Life. Where do we go on that one? Rebecca.
I don't know that one.
You don't, that's like an OG one.
Yeah. I've never played it though.
That's actually interesting. I would have thought you would have at least ventured over there.
No.
No, okay, there you go.
I've heard about it. People have told me about it, and people have told me to probably not. I wouldn't enjoy it, is what they said. So
fair enough. And Paralives is only a dream. It might not be worth going to.
We don't know yet because it hasn't come out into early access yet.
bruh. No, I mean, I think it's an interesting situation. I think The Sims is like one of those OG. I mean, you've brought this up, like always top five. It's like Grand Theft Auto 5 or whatever. Like people kind of sleep on it, but it's always one of the biggest money makers. So I am curious that if it were to have some huge movement or exodus of players, right? What are the implications of that? Because
You know what though is if the Sims 4 fails or whatever is going on with the Sims development, most of the Sims 4 players right now will either go to there's 3 older Sims games that people really still play. The Sims 2 is still wildly popular. And I mean that came out 20 years ago. 21 years ago. And The Sims 3, there's a still a huge following for that, although a lot of us can't stand it. And then there's also The Sims Medieval, which is a spin-off of The Sims 3, but it's more story-driven. And that is hugely popular as well. And then there's that new one that's as far as other games though, there's what's that Nintendo one that's coming out?
I was about to ask you about the Nintendo one.
Tomodachi Life or something like that.
Yes. Boots, one of our racers in Mario Kart, is a big advocate of the Tomodachi Life one.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'd like to try it. So, it looks interesting.
So does that mean you're going to be taking Granite's Switch too?
That one actually I think is available on the Switch.
It's on Switch. It's on Switch as well. Okay. Who the heck sleep? No one sleeps on Grand Theft Auto. I just don't think people quote that one as like, oh, this one's like a really popular game, right? They always call it Call of Duty, but they don't quote GTA 5 as much. or Sims, like, right?
Well, people I've been playing The Sims for like what 25 years, and people still say that Simmers aren't gamers.
What do they call you? Simulators?
I don't know, but they're like that. You're not really a gamer if you play The Sims as your main game. Like I play a lot of games, not just The Sims, but The Sims is my primary game.
No, you're a Sims content creator, and but you do come through on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Granted, just so you know, Blueprints just came out on Switch too. Because I don't think you saw that.
It did. That was the big news for me this week in gaming. When I saw it was so cool too. If you go back into the like Switch, they show the indie showcase. And I thought it was like it's okay showcase, if you're into indie games. And then they said, like, let's see if you can figure out the clues who are last one. And that was the last game they showed. And I was like, oh my God. I was so excited when I saw that they put Blueprints on Switch. Like, and especially because I'm about to be on this plane ride. And I'm like, oh, this is like the perfect game for a plane ride.
Yeah.
So I'm so excited.
Yeah, people act like being a gamer is a licensed title. In my experience, people are like, well, if you don't play first-person shooters, then you're not really a gamer. Like people have said that to me.
I think the first-person shooter. Oh my goodness, I don't know. I as someone I got into X Defiant for about 3 months. Totally different crowd. There's the fighting game community. There's all these gaming communities that are like have these rules that I don't quite get.
Daytona, I play other games too. I played Dune Awakening right now. I played Valheim. I'm waiting for it to come out full game to play it again.
You have played Valheim. I just saw Valheim's. Where was is Valheim on Switch?
I think they're coming to Switch.
Yeah, that's what I saw. So I was like, I just saw this somewhere, and I was like, did I see that it was already there?
We got it in, like when it first came out on early access. So when we played it, it was still early. So waiting for it to come out the full game before you start again, so we don't have to keep restarting.
No,
I played Nightingale for a while. What else? V Rising. I like a lot of
V Rising. I've seen V Rising.
I like the building parts of it. I always have to have Granite help me with the fighting aspects because I'm not good at that.
That's so fun. That's so. I only feel that if all you play is Sims cozy games, like sure, I guess by technically you're a gamer, but it's like, oh, Daytona, how are you being? Where is this coming from? Like, why is like a cozy game not? It's literally has the word game in it. How's that not a game? Like Journey, isn't Journey considered a cozy game?
I think so. I don't know.
Like I thought that was the whole. I thought like Journey was the one that defined a cozy game.
Like Flower, you're a flower petal, and you're just going through the world. It's also by the same developer as Journey, so.
Like I think so. What defines a game, Daytona? The Switch 2 is a family Switch 2. Oh, look at that! It's a family. Granted, I
Family
think,
Switch 2 that Granite plays with 90% of the time.
I'm just saying, granted, I think that there might be an opportunity to. Yeah, I think maybe a Switch 2 for Mother's Day. That's my compromise. I mean, Granite got a Switch 2 for Father's Day around that time. Journey is like a platformer. Oh my goodness.
I've played like the Civilization games, except for the newest one. What else have I played? I love the Anno games.
Which one?
Anno?
Like Anno.
Anno.
Yes, Anno. Okay, so I'm actually, if I ever had like a solid like 2 months to just do whatever I want to do, I do want to jump into Anno, and I actually want to jump into Civilization 7, the new one, because it came out on Switch too. So I do want to like kind of work on that because I don't think I mean that was like a really big Switch 2 launch title.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think Anno's on Switch, but
I don't think so.
no,
Like I don't have all of them. I'm missing. There was one with tons of extra content, an 1800s one. I don't have that one. I think there's one that was like 1400s I don't have, but I have like 1600s, 1700s, 2070. I won the Pax Romana one, that 117 a couple months ago.
I remember you said that. I remember you said that.
Yeah,
So
I played that for a bit, but I have 2 computers and it's on my downstairs computer and I have trouble going down the steps. So I tried streaming it from my laptop, but it's kind of choppy, but I do try.
Hey, that still gets it there. And Marcus has this. Well, there's societies. They have gods, laws, myths, and institutions. Institutional changes in The Sims is causing societal discomfort. That is a meta. That Marcus, I always have to reread your things like 2 or 3 times.
Technically, The Sims does have gods. It's the Watcher, the Watcher, the player.
Yeah. So that's what he's saying. He's saying the gods, laws, and myths and institutional change in The Sims is causing societal discomfort. I think he has a point here. I think he's layering in something from society into The Sims.
I haven't played Stronghold in forever. I also had most of the Stronghold games.
Which one? Who had question for what are your? Oh my god!
I have
it's like probably
the original Stronghold 2, and then there was one that was Stronghold Crusaders, and that was like the Crusades, and I had those games. I played them like to death. I finished like the storyline on them.
Let me see. Stronghold game. I don't think I played this one. Which isn't odd. That's why when you said it, it seems like something I would have played if we're saying it's around 2001.
Yeah.
Let me see. It seems like because this is like a very like I was an Age of Empires player, right? So this seems like it was been something in my purview.
Stronghold was cheaper than Age of Empires. It was like $10 for the game. So
that's what I'm saying. I feel like I would have played. Like I was really in an Age of Empires. Like I was like super into it.
Resource management. That's I like the resource management. Actually, The Sims. Okay, The Sims 4 has an expansion pack that has farming in it, so you get like milk and eggs, live off the land type of thing. And that is what I love to do in The Sims. I make all my Sims live off the land. They have no power. They can only cook what if they have like the food, like the vegetables,
Night
or
roster.
ingredients for it. That's what I love to do with The Sims. I make them suffer.
I've heard you say this several times on your channel, as you talk about The Sims, and
it's more
so,
challenging. I find it more interesting than just playing. Like if there's no challenge, it's kind of The Sims 4 is kind of a boring game if there's no challenge. At least in my opinion.
right. You do like it. You do the challenges. Like you're always saying the challenges. Like that's every single time, and I think that's super cool because like you'll jump in, and you're like, oh, there's some challenge or there's something. You call it something else, but you always say there's something that there's
Yeah,
something you're trying.
And
to
I like
get
to
through.
build in The Sims, but my builds tend to be a little creative. I like to build. My last so the save file that I'm playing on stream most of the time is their current house is a science bunker with
A
space
science
bunkers.
bunker.
Yes,
What is
science
it?
bunker.
So like what is that? Oh my goodness. It's a movie that's based up on a real life story where it's Biodome.
Oh yeah.
Did I just make that up? Is that the name of the like it was like based upon a real life thing where people lived into this like science
Yeah,
dome?
but it got contaminated somehow in real life too. So they
Right, it got contaminated.
Sims
Well, they
4 is
like
a
stabbed. Where are we at right now? Time to make a clip. The Sims form is a boring game. Ooh, she did say it. She did say it, Granite. She did say it. If you're not doing challenges, she did qualify the statement, but it did come after the actual statement.
specifically The Sims 4 is more boring than the other ones. It feels like a very
further
hollow game. That's a
Further
big complaint.
qualification. Very good. It's a bit rich that the Sims player. Wait, it's a bit rich of the Sim players to assume that other communities want them. Oh my god! Oh my god! Jeez. If they couldn't make it work there, maybe they'll make it worse in their game. Ooh, Marcus. What is
You
the?
don't want to look at the Sims Twitter community.
I don't want to look at any Twitter community, to be honest, but
Really don't want to look at the Sims Twitter community.
I think that's the thing.
There's a Sims Reddit community, and it's people telling stories of things that happened in their games, but they tell it as if it's happened in real life, like AITA, whatever, for The Sims. And some of the things, it's like you're reading it like, this can't be real. And you're like, oh, it's The Sims.
Oh, wait. I mean, it's just as a member of the Sims community, Rose's Bloom for You agrees with Internet of Games. Well, there you go. They are all right. My blink. Hey, Simpleton, thanks for coming by. Thank you to our auditor for the Warner Brothers Discovery check there. And so wait. So what y'all are saying, Roses. What you're saying is you don't think other communities want the Sims players?
I think it's a vocal minority of the Sims players, actually. Because
same work. So like I've been in the Reddits. Okay, I've been in the Reddits, and I've seen it is a little bit. Every community has their own persona, but tell me about this vocal minority of the Sims.
See, this is why I don't want to be on Twitter.
I could think of other reasons, but
yeah. So it's a little annoying because the Sims team, they've actually started going off of Twitter now. They're more on Discord. But on Twitter, everything is very very toxic. Like they attack content creators, spread rumors and lies about the game, about each other. It's very, very toxic.
I feel like that's a Twitter thing though. Like I don't know any Twitter community right now that is like a uplifting. Twitter.
But for the longest time, that was the only place where The Sims really shared anything. Was that or Facebook? And Facebook has its own issues. But they're starting to do more on their Discord, and it's like things that are only on Discord now, and it's a little bit nicer. I think it's moderated better for one thing.
Can do that on Discord. That is a good thing.
But yeah, like watching streams though, like I watch a lot of Sims streams on Twitch, and probably several hours a day of The Sims, and just for the most part, the community is very welcoming because there's a lot of minorities in the Sims community who are like they want to see themselves in a game. So there's a lot of LGBT content creators. There's visible minorities. There's people who all over the world are part of the Sims, so they're like speaking other languages and stuff. And yeah, so I was just reading Daytona's thing about Twitter. Yeah, I don't reply on Twitter. And it's there's a lot of people, like there's a lot of neurodivergent people who play The Sims, who are in the Sims community. And so it's the wider community is very welcoming. It's the vocal minority on like Twitter and I don't know, maybe Instagram, but I don't go on there. TikTok, I don't go on there either. It's like I don't even have an account for TikTok. So
I don't have an account either. People think I'm crazy for not having a TikTok account. I'm like, I don't even like social media to begin with. Why would I get another one? But I agree with you on that.
And it's kind of weird too, because I'm part of like this really intense, like people who play The Sims every day and multiple hours every day, and like part of the communities like that. So like people are like, oh yeah, I built a new house last night. It took me 6 hours or whatever, right? Or like there's a like build challenges. Somebody will build the shell of a building and you have to decorate it however you want, whether it's a house or a community lot or something like that. And like I'm with communities where people are like really into this. And then you get people who come in and they're casual gamers and they're like, you can do this with The Sims? Like, they have no idea. So it's like, I feel like a lot of these toxic people are like casual simmers. But there's somebody I follow on YouTube and he's very sarcastic. He loves The Sims, but he's very vocal about how much he dislikes EA. And there was one of his last videos. I'm like, are we playing the same game? Like your take on the game is so different from mine. Like your experience is so different from mine.
Wait, so are we saying that gaming communities are somewhat mirroring reality in a way? Like, are we like, is that what we're saying? Is that like,
I think The Sims has a higher proportion of minorities probably playing it. Like a lot of the people that I follow on Twitch are minorities of some kind in the US. Most of them are American. There's it like I'm not going to say what I was going to say because
what were you going to say?
Something that wasn't very flattering to Americans.
Well, we can go ahead and say it. What was it?
I find that the Americans on Twitch tend to think that they are the only people who are there. And every time somebody is from a country other than the US, it's like, oh, what are things like where you live? I'm like, I live an hour away from you.
But Rebecca, like, let's be very honest. Like, Canada is pretty crazy.
No, we're not.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
But like people are coming in, like some of the communities. I mean, there's people from like Europe and Australia and Asia and whatever, and the American streamers just forget that they exist.
Americans be obnoxious and ignorant. I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, there's so many things I could say right now. There's like so many things I could say. But last time I said something, what would we call facetious warning right now? Facetious warning. Okay, let me just put a warning here. But can you blame Americans for thinking this when we have a leader who leads like this? Am I right or am I right?
But people
Am I
are
right or am I
acting like I was gonna say people have been acting like this for longer than like a year and a half, but I guess he was the leader before that too.
I'm just saying, like, can we see the link, the casual link? Which came
I
first,
think
the
it's more the
chicken
other
or
way
the egg?
around, is that he's like that because Americans think like this. He's
Oh,
just
so
like
it's this.
scale. Like a lot of them of the American people I speak to are casually like this. He's a little bit like off the scale.
Potentially. I think there's a link. I think what we're seeing right now is there is a connection. Americans are less than 0.05% of the game world, and the gaming community is over 3.5. Ooh, where do you get 0.05%? What would that actually equal? No way. You're saying 0.05%? Are you saying 5% or 0.5%, Nate, official? I think it's the education system. Wow. All the foreigners are just piling on the Americans now. Zalek's like, let me get my little thing in here. See, 0.5%. Let me say that's 0.05%. What would that actually see? If you use 3.5 billion, that's 35 million, 0.05. So you're saying 17.5 million gamers? There's more than 17.5 in America. Or are you saying 5%? Because that would equal, I don't know, 175 million? I don't know. I don't know that number. I know that the casual simmers, they're the worst, lazy, moan, take. Wow. Tell us how you really feel, Marcus. 0.05%. I am American.
Interestingly, the most recent expansion pack, which some people think is one of the best, it was by the European development team, which also had the last stuff pack, which was amazing. And like anything they've done is like has just been really, really good. But it's not very often that you see development teams outside of the US making Sims content. There's at least 2 other teams that I know of. There's also one in South America that's done an expansion pack that was really well done too. So
is that the international? Did I see something? There's something I saw about a South American. There was in my journey through the Sims Discord verse. I was like looking at something. Maybe it was a different community. I'll have to come back to it. Yes,
there's a huge community in Brazil that plays The Sims. It's very popular there.
In Brazil?
In Brazil.
I could see it.
There's a lot of Australian Simmers. And it's interesting because when not so much The Sims 4 because that's online, but with The Sims 2, it was like physical media, they would get things like 3 to 5 days later than the US and Canada did.
Oh, what?
Like the actual expansion packs just weren't available in Australia for like a week at least. Sometimes.
I mean, so I'm so glad you have because I was following when I first started talking to you, Rebecca, like 3-4 years ago after Stadia. Like you told us you're a simmer, like you were upset. So I'm so glad because you've kind of grounded me in this whole world.
I feel like I was only on the edges of Stadia because they didn't have my game.
What was your game?
The Sims. They didn't have The Sims.
But you played other games on it.
I did, but I always felt like I was just kind of on the fringes of the Stadia community because I wasn't playing the same games as everyone else.
I don't think everybody. We obviously weren't playing enough games anyway. I think that's the thing. You see the games I always talk about, and people are like, boring trailer purple, boring. Anytime I play, if I show Little Nightmares or something, they're like, stupid game purple. Daytona doesn't think Little Nightmares is a game, so it's I don't know. But I want to see this. I can still blame Americans. Our leaders shouldn't be influencing people that much. I'm not bigoted just because our president is. Bro, what? That said, if you're swayed that much, Sorry, mistyped. I was saying us in the USA, we make up 0.5% of the gaming community. No, I understood that. I guess where I'm saying is like, I feel like that number, I just feel like there's more gamers than that in the United States, but I could be wrong. Hey, Audi, what's going on? But no, I hear you. I hear y'all. Told you, I don't say that about Little Night. You might as well have. You might as well. Sounds like cable now. Sims is the bricks of gaming. No wonder EA are trying to control them. Oh my goodness. Are the bricks of gaming? I'm trying to see how you're making that connection. BRICS, y'all, is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Say it worked well, but their marketing sucked. You know what? I thank you for saying that.
I agree. That's I've always said that. What was that game? I can never remember now what it was called. Cyberpunk. That it worked on Stadia, and it didn't work on so many other platforms. And it was not the game I played, but I was like, why didn't they make such a big deal about that? Like, that would have been a great way to bring people to Stadia. It's like, hey, this game works on our system. Come play it. You don't have to have a new console.
I thought it was amazing. Like, we do this probably once a quarter, but yeah, Stadia. I guess Stadia worked is where I like. Yes, it worked, and then it was like, to your point, no one. It was like, that was it. Like, if I don't know.
Well, because when I say to people like, "Oh, I used to play on Stadia," and people are like, "What's Stadia?" Like, they've never heard of it even. What
is Stadia? I mean, what could have been? But I mean, Luna doesn't do well. There's others that can kind of do something similar that aren't doing much.
I kind of, in the last year, it felt like they were like trying to make it fail. Personally, that's what I feel like.
Could have. I mean, I think they knew. I think someone had pulled the trigger or pulled the plug on it. Mm-hmm. And they went from bad to worse, and the Xbox did still their marketing, which did finish Xbox off to ooh. You're saying it finished off Xbox? That's tough, Marcus. Xbox just launched a new console. Stadia still works in Antarctica. Did they expand there? Did they officially expand? It takes more than one game to be successful. This is true. There was other one.
There was other games. It's just I felt like that was a golden moment.
Yes. Like, it worked on Stadia. You didn't have a download time. You could just buy it, and you're exactly right. You're exactly right. Like, that was it. But I think by that time they were because like a month later, that's when they closed down Stadia Games and Entertainment. But that would have been the time if they wanted to lean in. And then if they had just stayed alive for like one more year later, you have Baldur's Gate, right? Mm-hmm. That was another big one. I continue to say I still think it's hilarious that, because I still consider Baldur's Gate to be like a Stadia thing, because we had the beta, we were like beta testers for it.
Yeah.
And so I keep saying that Stadia had a Game of the Year winner. So it disappeared from still GeForce Now, and Xbox Game Pass is going strong. I think GeForce Now is good. I just don't like the launcher. Game Pass, I'll be very honest on that one. I used it about 7 months ago, and it still wasn't where I thought Stadia was. I can't see Luna surviving. So 12 weeks ago, Luna doubling down on expanding. Maybe. Amazon Luna, that's Luna Ron right there. You said Amazon Luna. He shows up out of anywhere at one Achilles heel. What was that Achilles heel?
I mean, I've played Netflix games on my iPad.
Ninja Guy X was playing a Netflix game, and so I started playing a Netflix game. It had something to do with this radio tower, and then I also was playing Spiritfarer, but on the phone. It was on the phone. But
I played on my iPad. One of my favorite games, actually, that we had on the PlayStation 3 is on Netflix. It's called World of Goo. Um,
World of Goo. I think I've heard of this.
that one
I
has a
think I've
really
heard
good
of it.
soundtrack too. um,
Oh
yeah.
my God.
So when I saw that was on Netflix gaming, I downloaded it and played it like through the whole thing through in like a couple of hours.
Really?
Yeah.
No, that's good. Like, so I was one when Netflix gaming came out. I was like, I don't know how this is gonna go. Like, right when Netflix gaming, they put a lot of money towards it, but the fact that you played a game on it, I'm excited about that.
I've played a couple of games. Exploding Kittens, which is a card game, but it's an actual physical card game, but they've got it on there. And then there's one other one, and it was what's that show called again? Nailed It, the baking show. It's people who aren't very good cooks trying to do like a competition baking show.
Oh,
And
like Jeff's the worst handyman situation?
maybe, but it's really funny. And so they have a game on there, and you're like making cakes or whatever, but it feels like you're literally like throwing stuff at the cake to
Oh,
it was really, really hard, and it made some really crazy creations. But
I may have to play this one. I think Ambi was doing Netflix gaming there for a second.
there's some fun games on there. A lot of them are mobile games, or
Right. And that's why I said I played it on my phone.
Mhm.
I know they were trying to do AAA, and I think you can play Netflix games on the TV. Don't
Okay.
quote me on that. I think so. And Chariot Man, I see it. Did we play Resident Evil Requiem? I did not. However, I have been watching other people. I watched you play it, Chariot Man. I believe I was watching you play it. Or no, I think it was you. World of Goo is amazing. Okay, are all both saying this has an amazing soundtrack, so I'm gonna have to listen to it. But yeah, Stadia used Linux, which means publishers had to make completely separate. Yes, and often the contract updates not include. So if sales weren't good, no game updates. Yep. 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 There's no lies to this. They added Street Fighter 4 mobile to Netflix not too long ago. Street Fighter mobile? I didn't even know Street Fighter was on mobile. My goodness. So, all right. So now I got to go play Journey. Gotta go play World of Goo. And I have Netflix gaming stuff. Stadia had Red Dead 2 running at 60 frames per second. They did. Stadia good. Like, Stadia had promise. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, it had promise.
There was a couple of games on there that looked really fun that I wanted to play them, but I just didn't have time because I just didn't have time for gaming really then.
That's yes. Like, I don't know. I thought it was still cool when it was Megatron X and Jim. And they're like, hey, anybody can join us. And they just put a link in the chat. And I clicked it. And I was like in their game. I just thought that was like the coolest. Like, it worked. And then I was like on the computer and I was like, oh my goodness, I'm like in their game. And then I went onto the TV and it was like I was in the same game. Like, it blew my mind. Like, it was like I was watching them. I clicked it. I was on the computer and then I went to the TV and it was still the same game. Like
I was able to play things on my little tiny. I had a iPhone. What was it? 6 or something like that. It was a really old one, and it was little tiny 4-inch like iPhone, and so I had some difficulty with it because the buttons were always too like small, or like the area for them kind of overlapped. So I tried to press something, I'd hit a different button. But I could play a lot of games on my little tiny phone. That like I could also play them on my computer.
I mean, I thought like you could play it like it was a Pixel, I think it was a Pixel 4. And I played, there was like this breakdancing game that I was playing. That's actually the game that got me into Stadia, was this breakdancing game with these kids. And then it had a cool feature. It was a good premise. It was a good
Cake Bash was a lot of fun.
Cake Bash was a Stadia cult favorite. I remember that, well, that's on other, that did like kind of go to other things. I remember Stadia Bash. I actually would play Uno, which I know these are on other things, but Uno was a fun. There's like these weird things that I would play on Stadia. Stream switching on Stadia worked really well. Yeah, it did. Like Proper's Place, he comes by once in a while. We actually did an interview with him. He actually has this really cool video where he's switching the Stadia, like the game he's playing, across different screens. It's like so cool. So cool. You've been playing Steam Fest demos on your Stadia dev kit? What's your Stadia dev kit? What Stadia should have done is just had a part of YouTube and it would never have shut down. So,
like, the YouTube integration actually worked pretty well with it.
But the YouTube integration with Stadia?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I thought Stadia had, I wouldn't be a content creator without Stadia, right? Like if we go to my very first streams, it literally comes from the fact, that's how I met Lo-Fi Monk. And it literally was like Stadia had that thing that said go live.
Yep.
And you could just start streaming and talking to people with the go live. Like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, other platforms have that now.
Yeah.
But I just thought that was so cool. Like all I had was like a laptop. The controller act as a microphone. And I could just start playing it. Like I thought that was like super cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's only one of the two games that never made it elsewhere. That one, and then that party game. I forget what that party game was. It was like a party game that they kind of advertised. It reminds me of like Fall Guys, and
like Humans Fall Flat. Was that it, or was that a different one?
Oh, Humans Falls Flat's on other ones. It was like a top-down one, and it was like it wasn't like Fall Guys. It was like a party game that could get like 20 people in the same session. And it was like one of their launch titles. It was like a really big game. Yes, lots of shit.
I remember it then.
It's something Wave. Oh no, it wasn't Wavetail. Oh my goodness. I'll think of the name here in a second. But it was using the unique parts built for Stadia Dev Kit. It runs on Linux and everything. Aw. I really read about the newer version of Metal Effects for how it's been working and how it makes game look. I'll have to see. I have a MacBook. So I haven't had Apple for a long time. If it wasn't for that, I would have never started streaming. Lo-fi. I was just saying, like, remember we were doing the what's that? Destroy All Humans. Like I would just hop. It was just like I don't know how he came up, but it was just like lo-fi. And I would just like randomly hop into his thing during lunch, into his stream, and just start talking to him. High on Life was originally a Stadia game. Yep, it was. Outcasters. That was the name. Outcasters Rebolica.
Okay.
Outcasters was the game that I think is the other one that never went to another. You're right, Ron. Man, OG Stadia guy right there. Where we could settle and be left alone by the horrible PlayStation people and Xbox people. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Settle LAN. Just for us. Sales are actually lower than Stadia, but because a part of Amazon Prime, it never shuts down. So you're saying if Stadia was like part of YouTube game, like YouTube, what was YouTube Plus?
Well, I think Twitch too is also part of Amazon, and you can get like games for Luna on there sometimes.
Yeah. Well, Amazon Gaming. I mean, Amazon, I think one of the bigger things is like Amazon is a retail. At the end of the day, Amazon is like a retail company, right? As where Google is more like a advertising, especially at that point, like,
Yeah.
right? And so, from a strategy perspective, like, I always thought it was like a weird fit for them. Now,
Mhm.
YouTube, it's content, but again, now that's competing against like content creators. I don't know. I just think at the end of the day, it was a project that got too big, and they're like, "Oh, this is too big. It's not what we want."
I still remember when Google was like a brand new search
Yes,
search
it went
engine.
from like Yahoo to Google like overnight. Like I remember, like Yahoo was like the big search engine,
Mhm.
and then it seemed like in a matter of like months, like all of a sudden Google was like the big one.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
I was already using Google at that point. Like, I didn't like Yahoo, but
Yahoo had so before so I love chess. Like I'm a big chess, or I used to be. I don't play as much online. But Yahoo had like a Yahoo Games section,
Mhm.
and it was actually like one of the better organized game on this is like OG like on like internet like beginning of gaming stuff. And I remember Yahoo Games had like a pretty solid like you could always find people in those lobbies. Um, they
Yeah.
had a whole bunch of different things. So that's why I would go to Yahoo. Um, oh my goodness. And then they had chat rooms.
Hi, Zarina.
Zarina, how are you? Man, chat rooms used to be a thing.
Yeah.
Are there even chat rooms anymore?
I don't think so. Although apparently ICQ still works if you can figure out where to download it.
Really? Just be like one of those. Oh my goodness. I mean, I guess this is a chat room in a way, but it's not a chat room.
Mhm.
My goodness. Like I just am thinking about that. Like 30 years ago, like chat rooms were like ruining the internet, like ruining kids' minds. And it was like there was a whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember. I just think it's hilarious though cuz like I mean I grew up in the 80s with like we didn't have a computer until I was in high school. And like I used to type out my essays on a typewriter. Like
I mean, I remember the transition from like writing to typing.
Mhm.
And like you then had to go find somewhere to type and blah blah. And then computers came along. But I
like
still remember
well,
like
I
doing
remember
some
like
stuff.
yeah, we had a choice. We could type it up or we could write it out. Like, but you had to use like really good penmanship. And I used a fountain pen to write my notes, so I had very I'm a little weird. So, um, yeah, my aunt gave me a fountain pen for my birthday one year, and I used it for all my notes in high school. And
I think I know who you were. I feel like I know you and I feel like I know who you were in high school. With that one comment. Like I'm like, oh, I know who you are.
so I actually so I did write up my notes with my fountain pen, and they were incredibly neat, very easy to read. And if I typed everything up, I always had like little like crossed out stuff because like I didn't have a computer. And then I had a computer, but I didn't have a printer.
I mean, I remember printers like so I dislike printers. I have multiple reasons for disliking printers, but one of the main reasons I dislike printers is because like the first like consumer printers, you had those perforated that paper.
Oh, the dot matrix ones.
Yeah, and you had to tear it, right?
Yep.
So like I'll never forget like one time I turned something in and I got like I didn't tear it because it was like the first time I ever used it, and they're like, it was such like a faux pas. Like, you didn't tear this thing? And it's like, what are you talking about? So like it's like printer horror stories there, but yeah. Started right there. Save it on a floppy and print it at the school. Yes, save it on a. So
That only
Republic-
works though if the school has the same program for word processing that you have at home.
Oh my goodness, Horace. So you were actually mentioning how you pirated your first Sims game.
Only for like a
SimCity,
year or so.
SimCity 2000 came on a 3x5 floppy. And I remember that's how I got SimCity. Was through a floppy like that.
I had the demo for SimCity 2000. It came with, I want to say it came with SimCity, but maybe it came with a different game. I can't remember. But we had a demo, and it was so much fun. It was like half an hour. You'd have to build 25 minutes to build your city, and then 5 minutes of disasters.
At the end, the tornadoes and the asteroid. Like, oh my god, yeah, it was. They should don't copy that floppy. Oh my goodness, like floppy disks. I kind of do I have a computer that still has a floppy disk drive? I'm trying to think if I have a laptop that still has one.
I think we have I think we have one here that takes floppy drives still. Like not a laptop, but a desktop computer. But I used to build desktop computers for myself, so I always made sure I had a floppy drive.
It was good. I thought floppy drives were good. I mean, I don't know. There were so many things back. It's so much easier, so much more simple. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe because we were just talking about how chat rooms were ruining things.
Well, I did a school project one time, and it was we had to make a not spreadsheet. What's the oh, I can't remember. It's like where you have a bunch of spreadsheets that are like linked together. I can't remember what it was called. Anyways, I had so much information in mind that I couldn't store it on a floppy disk that we were supposed to hand it in on.
Oh my gosh, so it was too big for the. How big were floppy disks? Was it like 2.1 megabytes?
Something like that.
It was like something weird.
2.14, yes, something like that.
How big was a floppy disk? That's a great question. That's how it was 3.5 inches, but
that's how big it was.
Could a floppy disk hold? 240? No, that can't be right. 3.5, 1.2. Okay, so 1.44 megabytes.
Yeah, 1.44. That's not much. Like
that's not much.
It's tiny.
That's not much. And I don't even think that was a full 1.44. Like I think some of that also had programming language on it. Yeah, Granite got it. 1.44. Granite got it. And we do have people who play RuneScape because we talked about
zip drives too. They're a little bit bigger. You can store 750 megabytes.
Yeah, zip drives. I remember when they became a thing. I remember when that. I remember when CD-ROMs were a thing.
Yes.
Like when it was like, oh, that was a CD-ROM. Like it was like.
I still have my Sims 1 and Sims 2 CD-ROMs.
The first, it wasn't the first game I played, but there was a Where in the World's Carmen Sandiego.
Oh, was that like the Windows 95 one?
Was it like the one? Yes.
It had like a graphical thing, and it had like the it would have like the map, and it just showed the different cities, and it showed like the airplane kind of going across.
Yes.
I had that.
Why don't they bring that game back?
I don't know. I was talking about it somewhere the other day, and I can't even remember where I was talking about it, but I think it was on like Facebook or something, and everyone's like, "Oh, I love that game," or a lot of people are like, "I love that show." I'm like, I never saw the show, but I played the game.
Yeah, no, the show was like, I always felt bad. I mean, it's really interesting. If we were to play that game now or play that show, the world's changed so much. I don't know if I could win. Cause like back then, like you had like sometimes, depending on which version of the game, you had USSR and you had like so many things. So it'd be really interesting to play one of those games now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's almost like a time capsule of what history and geography was.
We had World Book Encyclopedia, and we had the F Encyclopedia on our desk, and it opened to the flags of the world.
And the thing is, some of those countries don't even. There's countries now that weren't there. There's countries that were back then that are not here today. I've done about 2 on CD-ROM. Ooh, it is a RPR game. When I make a game that I fully develop, I make what I call game slices, and I store those slices on floppy disks. Look at that. Still very retro. Very retro. Carmen saying you had the coffee machine. It did. It did. I mean, when you would copy a floppy disk, you would copy it off, take the disk out, and put the new disk in and put it on like that, right? That's how you would save it on a floppy, if I remember correctly. Because I remember it was a big deal when CDs came out, like for us to have, and you needed a CD burner to put things on the CD.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that was a big.
I had a 1-speed CD burner. It had a little caddy, and you put the disc in like this little plastic thing, and then you had to shove it into the drive.
Oh, 1-speed. Oh my goodness. And did I see Spartan come through? What is going on, Spartan? Oh, Spartan, thank you for the gift. It's 10. My goodness. Thank you so much for that, Spartan. We're talking as we always
retro
do.
Games.
like real retro games. We had a RuneScape earlier. Nathan was talking about RuneScape. And then we were talking about Carmen Sandiego, where we kind of like stayed on for a second.
Hey, did you know that the original SimCity game came out on Mac before it came out on PC?
I did not know that. Was this like the Macs where you had the back of the screen was like a purple or blue color?
Way before that. That was in 89, I think, that it came out.
So would this be Mac or would this be Apple? Because I remember
they were Macintosh computers then. That's what they were called.
Because I remember I had an Apple IIe computer. I remember that's like the first computer I had was the Apple IIe.
Let's see.
And then when we finished with the Apple IIe, we upgraded to the IBM computer.
Yeah.
I'm oh my goodness, I just realized that those were actually like you had to buy the game. I'm just now realizing back then, like we had this problem where the games didn't play on the same, like you could have the same floppy.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were both floppies, but they couldn't work between an Apple and an IBM. I just thought about that.
It says here that SimCity was released for the Amiga and Macintosh first, and then IBM and Commodore 64 later.
See, there we go. So, oh my goodness. This is a long time ago.
And then 2 years after that was the SNES.
So that would have been, this would have been right around when I was thinking like 88, 87.
Yeah, 89 is when it came out. So, yeah.
Goodness.
And I played it on, my aunt had a, like, say laptop, but like this thing was heavy. But my aunt had a laptop with the game on it, and I played it in like 89. So.
Oh my God. They really sucked when I took out the micro SD cards out of mini laptops. Make sure you can't copy any. Oh, they did. Or because it was supposedly China was selling things. I have a Blu-ray CD burner. See, that would have been unthinkable back then. When she said a one-speed CD burner, I knew exactly what she was talking about. I had a jazz drive. What's a jazz drive? Vet Gaming, thank you so much. Vet 20 gifteds from Vet. Y'all are gonna break the system. It's gonna break, y'all. Thank you for that, Vet. You did not need to do that. Spartan broke it. Did he break it? Thank you so much. You keep saying, Nate, it's into went back to Jesse. I keep forgetting. Jesse. You do it because I know you by Jesse. Jesse was a YouTuber, a Stadia person, a shooter. But thank you for Spartan for matching. Y'all are going crazy. Y'all are gonna break it. Selling 6 per. No. I saw you drop 20, Vet. I appreciate it, Vet. I definitely appreciate it. Floppy driving. Well, but oh my god, y'all are too much. Cover 6 for a while. No, I did dates that far back. Yeah, it does. I'm just looking at all the gifted. Thank you so Vet. Oh my goodness, it's gonna break.
Yeah, I had an Amiga back then. I didn't have anything new on it, but
my goodness. Thank you to the chat. Y'all are being we're just talking good old times here. Back in the day.
But when I say Amiga, this is the first time somebody's actually known what an Amiga is when I say that, mention the Amiga system.
The computing system?
Yeah. It's like nobody's heard of it.
Oh my, no, we've heard of it. It was just we haven't heard that in so long. Like, I had a Tandy when, oh my god, Vet dropped another 20? Vet, thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. I need to do a giveaway, a game giveaway. Here, I'll do it next month. Spartan. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you. Y'all are really pushing it today. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you, Vet. Thank you, Geek the Sneak earlier. Thank you, Ambi earlier. My first computer experience was on a VIC-20 that my parents picked. What, a VIC-20?
I've heard about this VIC-20 so many times.
What's a VIC-20?
I've never heard of it other than Granite and his family.
A VIC-20? Wait, maybe I do. This is a Commodore. It's a Commodore VIC-20. Ah, I know what this is. I've seen this. Wow.
I think they're competing for who can give you the most gifted.
They're going to break the system. Spartan knows he's going to break the system. Did they do it again? That. No, it's going to break here. They've went over. They should have went over. It should re-give them their gifteds back here pretty soon. I didn't got to gift it. He's in chat. Neil, legend. Bro, you're getting a lot. I am. Jesse, thank you for changing it back, Jesse. Thank you for changing it. Vet and I got into a gifted thon with Cowboy. So now I have to show the favor back to Vet. Y'all don't have to. Spartan, you are going to Spartan. Now it's gonna. Oh my goodness. I don't know if it's gonna keep going. I'm gonna have to go back in the back of the scene to see because it does break. Oh, we have not seen Fast in a long. Is that a grown-up picture of Fast?
Mostly Martinez.
I know these are old names. Wow, we have not seen these names. Is that a grown-up? Fast is like a grown man now. Jeez. Someone has Clippy? Oh my goodness.
Where's Granite? Where's his there's 2 Clippies I see.
Yeah, there's a Clippy in there. Caramel cupcakes makes me think of. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you know that the Clippy is actually a symbol for something?
I did not know that. I did. Vet. Stop. Y'all are stop. Here's the thing. If you want to donate to Urbalka. She has a Twitch account. Go vote. I appreciate all of it. I truly do. I truly do. It goes back to the community. But hopefully, I'm hoping this one breaks on bet. I hope this one breaks on bet. Keep going until 600 to have membership. Yeah, right. It's stuck at 600.
Okay, so I have to tell you about this Clippy because it's important. It's a
Okay.
consumer advocacy campaign from a YouTuber, Louis Rossman, who focuses on electronic right to repair topics. And so he uploaded a video in August encouraging internet users to change their profile pictures to an image of Clippy as a form of silent protest against unethical conduct by technology companies.
I remember, Reaver. I remember Reaver wrote this in the Discord.
Look at
Everyone was
Granite.
saying,
Look at Granite.
Clippy, what Clippy? I clip. So Reaver wrote this in the Discord, and I couldn't quite understand that. Thank you so much, Vet. I will go to I will venture to the Rumble to pay it back, Vet. Thank you. And thank you, Spartan. Thank you as well. Spartan! No, it's not working. I just created my profile with my real face. Thank you, Jesse. Okay, I knew. Okay. I knew it was going to break eventually. Y'all broke it. But I appreciate both of y'all. I appreciate both. So Reaver did come and talk about this thing about the companies, but it was about something specific, wasn't it? Like, I think it had to do with like internet companies who were, I think it had to do with pirating somehow.
Let's see. Protests against unethical conduct of technology companies such as mining personal data for the training of artificial intelligence programs or its sale to data brokers, planned obsolescence, censorship, and the use of ransomware. Did you hear in France it is now illegal to have planned obsolescence in products that are sold there?
Planned what?
Obsolescence, where things break when they get old.
It is now illegal to do that in France?
Yes, it is.
I can think of so many things of why that is so French. Like for them to do something like that. Even though but I could also see how this seems such like it's a great idea, but something tells me France is going to mess that up somehow. You know what I mean? But wait. It's illegal to sell something that will purposely break?
Yeah, I think specifically they were targeting Apple and how they were making their phones run slower when they got to a certain age.
Which makes sense, right? So if you purposely downgrade the thing.
Yeah.
Clippy ever wanted to be helpful. He really wasn't that helpful, but they never did any evil crap like harvest your data. I thought Clippy uses AI now.
Clippy doesn't exist anymore.
I thought they brought it back. Didn't Microsoft bring something back?
Not that I'm aware of.
Spartan and Vet, y'all did break it. I appreciate both y'all so much. It's very interesting that y'all two went at it too, because I feel like y'all are extremely opposite of each other between Spartan and Vet. So it's interesting y'all went at it. That we know of, granted. But you would ask Clippy a question and Clippy would give you the answer, though. I thought that was the whole point.
Sometimes depends on your question.
What was it? So what was Clippy then?
It was in, I want to say WordPerfect, but that's probably not it. What was the other one? MS Word or something like that. And it was supposed to be the help thing. You could, if you had problems, you click on it.
Yeah. I do remember this.
I found Clippy annoying, so I always change it to the wizard.
Oh my god, I can't remember. Why am I blanking on this? I feel like Clippy would have been the time I was in the military, and we use Windows. So, but I do remember vaguely this helper. Microsoft has Micro now for Copilot. A Copilot, that's what it's called. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what all the The same file has had Discord Bear Authenticate token in it. Embark Studio is currently working on a hotfix. Embark Studios. Cortana? Oh, y'all are way too much into Microsoft. Cute but useless. Like, but it was a helper thing. So that's what we're saying Clippy was. It was a helper.
Yeah.
Clippy was used. I see a lot of strong feelings about the Clippy.
I mean, Clippy was okay if you knew how to ask the right question.
Isn't that AI?
Not so much. It was more like searchable database.
What Clippy was?
Yeah, it's like a help database, but
I mean, I feel like AI is just a larger Clippy, no, that has a language model attached to it. Like consumer AI. Like don't if Internet of Games is in chat, he knows I troll him on this. Do not let me offend the AI gods right now. But isn't that all AI is, right? You put like a language model, you put some reasoning to it, and then it's like a database of information.
Well, it depends on the AI model, but that's one of them, the large language model one. Yeah.
The large language model one, right? Which is like the one that most people would associate AI with.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Clippy was the best AI. Oh, Audi, here we go. It was the best AI because it had no AI. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was all it was a searchable database. That's why I said you had to know how to ask the right questions.
And then you get that. It makes sense. AI is a database with strings that is a language model attached to it. Okay. And Vet, do you normally refer to yourself in third person? Vet despises Microsoft. Rest in peace, Windows Phone. I still have a Windows Phone, but yeah. Man, we just went through like 40 years of technology in this call, or in this talk. You know that? We went through like 40 years of technology here.
I mean, I've been gaming since the 80s, so.
I know, but so like it's kind of like I continue to say one of the best games of the 80s that does not get enough love is a game. There's two games from the 80s that do not get any love. Lemmings? No one talks about exactly. No one talks about Lemmings anymore. But Lemmings is like one of the greatest games ever. And another game was called, and this one was like really old. It was called Load Runner. And it was like it was a pretty cool game. It's like kind of I guess the beginnings of a, I don't even know what you would call it, action adventure before action adventure games. But yeah, Lemmings, I mean, I guess Lemmings is somewhat like Pikmin in a way.
I played Rogue.
Really. Rogue. Which one's Rogue?
Like the original Rogue.
Rogue, the game?
Yes. Not on our computer, it was a friend's computer, but I did play it.
Rogue?
It was like
Rogue DOS. Is this what we're talking about? Rogue DOS? Man, DOS games.
It's a dungeon crawling video game, and it was basically a black screen, and you walked around until you hit a wall. You didn't really know what you were doing half the time.
Rogue DOS, yes, developed around 1980. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, so much technology and how it changed us. I love Lemmings. So I know, granted, everybody does. No, Lemmings was my favorite from the 1990s. Lemmings was in 1990. It wasn't, but it was definitely 80s when I started.
The game roguelikes were named after. I played the original one.
The original roguelite. You played it. Oh, Roster would miss this conversation. You know, he's all into roguelites. There's this game called Flashback, and it was so good. It was for the release around 1992, but for its time, it was good. It's a Metroidvania as well. Which one? Flashback. I've got Lemmings on my Amiga also. Marcus, here you are. We were just commenting on you. Like, are named after. Yeah. I learned how to spell 4-letter words on a calculator. I played Spot Animus.
I had some friends who were very techie, like that. I guess their dad worked in computers, and so we go
That's
over
that
there
was
and play
techie back
computer
then.
games. They had 2 computers for the kids to play on. They're just full of games. So we just went over there like for hours playing video games.
I had a uncle who was supposedly like the computer uncle. And I say the computer uncle,
Mhm.
in quotation marks, but yeah, like supposedly like he was like, "Oh, here's a computer game," and I remember it was like I was already older. It was like 1995, and he was showing us this game. He was showing us like some very old game, and I was just like, "You are so not with the times, Uncle." I wonder if people see me like that now.
So
Like I think
my
I know.
grandpa, he used to collect computers, old computers, and he would just, I don't know what he did with them, but he'd go on his computer and he'd be typing stuff all night long. And like some of these computers used like magnetic tape for storage.
Yes, tapes. It's gonna sound weird. There's a lot of at least 8 years ago, there were still companies that would use tape for like storage.
Actually,
And
did you
it's
know if
like,
you read the original Star Wars novel, they talk about like microtapes in R2D2
really?
because it was written in the 70s.
Which was like the time that tape would have been like a thing.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot of companies that like run their payroll, like used to. I don't know if they do it anymore, but there was like companies that would like it was like crazy. And you would have like this one person, they're like the only person who knows how to like run it, and that's how they kept their job. Um, it's still available through Steam. The last time, it says Steam. I gotta go get on Steam. I don't even know my Steam password.
You know, there's a computer system that every kid in Ontario would know that doesn't exist anymore because they trashed the entire thing. So every school had to have these, they're called icon computers. And they were a network computer and it had like built-in trackball with an action key. It was like the enter key for the trackball. And it had all these really simple games. They're all educational games. And they had some really fun games too, like offshore fishing, where you're fishing for like shrimp or red herrings, or there's regular herrings and red herrings. But you had to use different types of nets, and you had to be careful of the shark and things like that.
That's like Odell Lake. This is just like Odell Lake.
And then there was like Mathville, where it was all math questions, and you would like rise up through the ranks. Like you start off like on a skateboard, and then you have like a bicycle, and then you have a car, and eventually become like the mayor of Mathville. And like every school in Ontario had these computers for like 10 years or something like that. And then they decided that they weren't going to use them in the schools anymore, and they destroyed every single one of them. They don't exist anymore. So people are always trying to find like ROMs of these old games that just don't exist.
Oh my goodness. Who would have ever thought? Like, my goodness, you're talking about some of those educational games to me were like, I would love to play a math educational game like from back then.
Yeah. And there's one called The
Bartlett.
And there's like 5 or 6 versions of it. And it was like kind of like Oregon Trail, but it was like settlers, and you had to like plant crops, but you had to rotate the crops, and you had to clear more land and things like that. And it was all this like really simple, like 8-bit graphics on it. Most of it was like black and white, but like there were some really fun games.
Or green and black. That was what the screens were like.
Well, there was a draw program, and it had 4 colors, and you could switch which colors it was, but it was always just the same. Like it was 4 colors, just different palettes of 4 colors.
Oh man, great times.
So
if it uses the word education in games, it's called edutainment. I remember playing Midnight Rescue by the Learning Company. The Learning Company, that was a computer game. That was actually, the Learning Company actually had, that was the first word processor I ever used, was from the Learning Company. What happened to that company? Wow. Mario Paint was my jam. You can get Mario Paint on Nintendo Online now.
Yeah. I have Mario Paint. The original one.
Hey, oh,
still
you do.
And I still have my mouse.
Oh my god, because it came with a mouse, right?
It did. It came with a mouse. And on the back of the box, it actually had a list of other games you could use it for, which included SimCity.
Look at that.
So
Look at the little thing. Hey, Audi, thanks for coming by. Thanks for coming by. My goodness.
Mario Paint had a really fun game where you had to swat gnats.
I saw that game. I've seen that game.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that one. But you can play Mario Paint on Nintendo Switch Online.
I can play Mario Paint on my SNES.
I'm just for anybody who else does that. I never had it. I played Super Nintendo. I never had a Super Nintendo.
I only had a Super Nintendo. That was the only gaming system I had growing up.
Right. Hey, Jesse. Thanks for stopping by. As always, and I will try to remember, Jesse. If you change your name back, I will try to remember. But definitely your picture. I'll be able to keep up with it from now on. Silicone cleansing. I hated Mario typing. Never understood that one.
I don't know.
Mario typing. I'm not saying that. I don't remember that one.
But Mario Paint also had the music player on it, and you could make little songs. I'd always put like Christmas carols with this little star, so it'd sound like it was made like little bells.
So you're so happy of that.
I spent hours and hours playing Mario Paint.
So I feel like there might be a way that Nintendo brings back like Mario Paint. If Nintendo were to bring back like a updated version of Mario Paint, would you get it?
I might.
Like a Switch 2 version of Mario Paint that's like a band in the box type of situation.
Yeah. But you know what game I would love to get, but they won't probably ever put it on the online, Nintendo Online. I still have it. Super Return of the Jedi.
I never even heard of it.
Oh, it's Return of the Jedi. But
but they had to call it Super. That does sound like some type of like trademark situation why they had to call it Super Return of the Jedi.
It's Return of the Jedi. And it's actually a lot of fun. It's a platforming game for the most part, but there's 2 levels where you're shooting down TIE fighters, like you're just like a gun and like shooting stuff down. And then there's 2 levels where you're basically trying to outrun either someone shooting you down from the back or flames. And you're going through like the Death Star tunnels. And you have to like miss things because like the walls jut out and you have to go around it and stuff. So that was the game that I beat it on every level of difficulty.
So platinum before platinum was a thing.
Because I beat it. I got first. I did the easy level and I struggled with it, but then I finished it, and then so I just tried the medium level, and I finished that one, and then I managed to do it on the Jedi level. It was Brave, Average, or something like that, and Jedi.
Where's Dakota or Daytona? Because Daytona was like, he doesn't think you're a gamer. So where's Daytona? Or he was saying simmers are not gamers. He didn't call you that. Sorry.
I'm a huge Star Wars fan, so that's why I was playing it, because it was Star Wars.
Oh my goodness, Star Wars.
I really struggled with it at the beginning, also because my brother wouldn't let me play it. My brother got preferential treatment with it when it came to the Super Nintendo.
Of course, it's his thing. It was his thing. My brother and he was the better gamer and I was the coach. And then sometime later on, like he stopped playing games and then I continued to play games even to today. But he used to be the gamer and I was the coach. Girl, I didn't say Rebecca wasn't a gamer. She was playing Doom and other games. I'm just messing with you. Star Trek.
Actually, Grant's probably getting annoyed because he wanted to watch Star Trek with me tonight.
Oh my goodness. Well done. I feel like this happens in reverse. When I'm talking to Cowboy, Sandy's always like the one who wants to. But here I can see where it's the achievers.
Every time I come on here, we talk till like almost midnight.
because we're able to like remember, like you bring so much texture to the conversation. So I definitely appreciate that.
I feel like I have a slightly different perspective than a lot of people who come on here.
Well, yeah. I think we could easily see why that is. I think most of the women who come on here are very logical, grounded. As for the guys, it's like their emotions are so into it. It's like it's a very interesting dynamic when I get like another woman.
I mean, I get upset about the Sims. I would say my Sims, but the Sims. I get sad when my Sims die of old age because I don't let them die any other way.
No, I mean, I think like if we're in the Sims conversation, like yes, there is a very protective Rebolica that comes out, but just like
you were watching the stream when my Sim died in bed, and I'm like, oh, my Sim's dying in bed. And you're like, what?
Yeah, no, I was
a new death type that I haven't experienced before, and I don't let my Sims die usually. So
it was that one, and then there was another one where she was at the funeral and she died at the funeral.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, it was like, what? Like,
I have it recorded on my computer, but I want to make a video of it. I had a Sim who had a wedding, and two of her sister and her nephew died of like overheated during her wedding. So I have a picture of it that I use a website for the family trees, and that's the picture that I have for that particular save file is the bride and groom kissing. Well, the Grim Reaper's coming in behind them, and everyone's surrounding Sim lying on the floor dead. And off screen, you can't see it, but there's another one that was dead.
See, yeah, like I said, I've learned so much from your streams on The Sims.
Like that picture just perfectly encapsulates The Sims. It's like two people completely oblivious doing their wedding vows while the rest of all the guests are like upset over the Sim dying and the Grim Reaper's walking in.
And you just love it. You just love it.
That's the chaos of The Sims.
Oh my God.
I mean, I was devastated. I paused my game and like for an hour, I'm like, what am I gonna do with this? I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't want my Sims to die. One of them was the Crown Prince for my save file. So
Wade has said, without the context of The Sims, this sounds super dark. Yes, I think the entire Sims is super dark. Like, if you have not been keeping track, when I say like when I go to the Sims Discord community, that's they're definitely a different type. They're a different type of, I'm going to call them gamers, but they are definitely a different type. Like, even some of the biggest content creators on The Sims, I'm just like...
like one of the biggest content creator, and she makes a video, and it's like, all the ways to die in The Sims.
No, y'all, it's a very interesting community. Like, it's... But I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Serena, I grew up watching TNG and TOS with my dad, so yeah, I get that.
It's a special place. Aww.
So yeah, so actually I had my Sim bring back the teenager who died. She brought her back to life. And the other one, the expansion pack that I had her take the grave back to her house, and you can add a ghost as a family member. And then not even like a week later, they announced the next expansion pack was life and death, and you could have playable ghosts. That was a lot easier to do. And I'm like, I could have like saved myself all this trouble and just waited for the new expansion pack.
But you had to get all the stuff on it. So
yeah. So my Sim that it was her wedding, she took the gravestones home and brought one of them back to life and had him move back home, and then just took the other one and had her move back into her house as a ghost.
I see how y'all get very attached to these things. I wonder if there's ever been a study on the Sims community. I bet you there has. There has to have
Would
been.
not surprise me.
There has to have been. Sorry, the only Sims I've played in the last 5 years is Power Wash Simulator. Noisy.
That's a good game.
Yeah, that's Republica. You played that game, right?
I haven't actually, but I've watched people play it.
Who was I watching play? Maybe it was SPG's wife. Maybe Jeff Janak used to do a Power Wash Simulator on like Wednesdays. So yeah, a lot of people like that. That's a big one.
The big game right now that people are playing is Water Park Simulator.
Water Park Simulator? Is that like a tycoon simulator type? Is that the type?
Well,
of it?
you get like a rundown water park, and you have to make it look nice and expand it.
I could see. I never got into the simulators like that.
They keep getting new things out for like holidays. Like Halloween had you could make it whole thing Halloween themed. Christmas had a theme one too.
I could see that. I mean, I've always wanted to play like the zoo. There was a zoo simulator, and then I just saw that there's a pawnbroker simulator, which I would have thought they would have already had a pawnbroker simulator.
House Flipper is pretty popular, and like the stuff I watch, my circle of of streamers. What else? American Truck Driver Simulator.
That's a big one. I was showing my mom, surprisingly, Flight Simulator, and I told her about Truck Driving Simulator. So now she wants to try Flight Simulator. She may try Truck Driving Simulator. She just says random things sometimes. Like she'll be like, "I want to be a truck driver," and so I'm like, "Oh, there's a video game like that." So it's a weird way we.
My dad is a truck driver, so I don't know if I could play that game seriously.
But I mean, surprisingly, like Kubini, who doesn't come by as much anymore, he is a truck driver too, and he likes Truck Driving Simulator. So I don't.
There's a space one. I forget what it's called, but it's not Truck Driver Simulator, but it's similar. It's like a freight ship going from one place to another that just came out last year.
I could see that being fun. EA is running a longitudinal study on that. Is that what they're doing?
Somebody said, where was it? On a timeline without The Sims, what would you have done instead? You know what? I would have played, because the games I was playing before The Sims came out was Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader.
I need to play. I need to play this game.
City Builders. So I like resource management games where you have to have like Stronghold is a lot of like you have to have woodcutters go out and cut the wood, and then you have another person who makes bows, and then you have like another person who goes and mines the ore, and then you have somebody who makes the swords, and then you have like barracks where they train the soldiers and stuff like that. And then you send them out to. I'd always build up my army as big as I could, and then send them out to attack the other people.
Yeah.
And but that's the resource management games. That's the other type of games that I really like.
Did you ever play on Stadia Little Big Factory? I think that's what it was called.
I don't think so. I think I saw the ad for that and I'm like, that looks cool, but I never actually got an opportunity to play it.
That was a cool game. I actually like that. I spent a lot of time with that. Well, I say a lot, like 20 hours on that on Stadia. That was a cool resource. Stadia had good resource sim management games, I feel like. Mm-hmm. They had that one. They had this other one about, it was something with the haunting thing. I forget what it was. I was playing with squids one day with it.
Like Stardew Valley, I've only played a handful of times, but that's a fun game. I would probably play something like that. Little Big Planet. I've played that. Granted, played it more than I did. Little Big Planet was on. That's why we got the PlayStation in the first place.
No, it wasn't that. With the beanbag guy. Yeah, Sock Boy. This was like Little Big Factory. I think it was Little Big. Yeah, it's called Little Big Workshop. That's what I'm thinking. Little Big Workshop.
Yeah.
I was talking about.
But yeah, no, that's there's another game I have.
No, I'm not.
And it's on. I have the original one, Somebody gifted it to me on Steam, though. It's called Space Colony. They did a remake in 2015. So they
And what
upgraded
is
the
it?
graphics.
So, and you're setting up a colony in space?
So it's like a storyline one. So it's like you have like an objective, and once you finish the objective, then it goes to the next world and it starts over, but you have a different objective and different people. There's like 20 different characters, and you never have all of them there at the same time. So like they have different skills and so they all have different skills, but they also have something that makes them not so great to have around. Like one person's really lazy and she doesn't want to clean or anything like that, but she's really good at some other job or whatever. Like,
interesting. And I see Vet's comment. I probably will not get a Project Helix, whatever that is. And Zarina got a PS3 for the sole purpose of playing Little Big Planet. Wow.
Yeah, that's why we got the PS3, was for Little Big Planet. And also a Blu-ray player.
That's why I got it. The Blu-ray player was like the biggest reason for a PlayStation 3.
Yeah.
Because
you're trying to decide between the Xbox and PlayStation. And the Xbox at that point didn't have Blu-ray. It had the HD DVD.
That's right.
But we thought that the Blu-ray was probably going to be the one that was going to make it. So
see, I actually didn't think. I remember when the HD DVD. Well, do we call it HD DVD? I forget what you call it now. Were they called high definition DVDs?
I think that's what it was. I don't know.
I forget what it was, but I do remember like the Blu-ray. I think by the time I got PlayStation 3, Blu-ray players had already kind of taken.
They'd pretty much taken over at that point, I think, but not completely.
I think
it was that whole VHS versus Betamax.
That's a long time. I remember that. And Zarina, we were talking about Journey earlier. That's a PS3 game. And so I was wondering if you had played that one. I need to play that one. Have y'all played Big Little World? Big Little World? Big Little World. What do you know about Big Little World? Daytona is bringing up all these OG games. No. It does remind me a little bit about the breakdancing game I was talking about. Wait, Big Little World. Okay, this is I'm looking at Jessica's Big Little World, which is a TV show, so that's not what you're talking about. Let me see. Big Little World, the game. I don't see Big Little World. Big Little World? I don't see it.
Little Big. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I see Little Big Planted. I don't see Big Little World. Betamax should have won. Ooh, Zarina, why do you say Betamax should have won? You seems like you have a very strong opinion about that one. That was a very I mean, why? Because they were smaller? I mean, I remember when I feel like when they first came out, or when that was going on, I remember thinking to myself, like, I didn't think of it as like obviously young back then, but I never thought about it as like two different companies with two different products. My backlog has a backlog of games that I want to play. That's why I only focus on certain ones. Like, I always focus on, really, unless it's like way up here, starting for me, like day and date by, it's most likely going to go on a backlog of some sorts. And then I gradually chip away at that. So I think y'all can tell. It's like if it's a puzzle game, if it's a platformer, or like a Metroidvania, those are like kind of my big ones. And then we go from there. Not a strong one, just a little one. Really. It sounds like you have a pretty strong one. It had better quality. Serena, so are you doing like the entire like you're like in a multimedia war, like how they have console wars? You're like silently a Betamax like anytime someone said VHS, you would like have a tick about you. Joking, Serena.
I
Joking.
just was looking up what it was that we had when I was a kid because it wasn't a laser disc. It was
Laserdisc came out in like the mid '90s, so I wouldn't imagine it'd be if you said a kid.
Yeah, no, it was like 70s. So it's something called, I had to look it up. It's called a capacitance electronic disc. And I don't know very many people who've seen them, but they're in these like, it's in a plastic sleeve, and you'd put it into the player and to pull the sleeve back out. And but they kept getting stuck in the player. But like we had, what was the movie? The Muppet movie, and it was on like one side A and side B.
I remember this thing looking, but I don't ever remember using it. I think my oldest form of technology would have been I don't know if y'all had these in schools, but like did you have like the projectors where they would have someone talking and it would be like a picture and then it would go beep and then you would have to change the slide? Did you ever have something like that? It was like it was like if you were in grade school, it would have been like instead of like having a video playing, because no one had VCRs in the classroom when I like was there, it would be like this projector looking thing, and you would run the tape.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that, and then it would have a voice thing on it.
Yeah, we had ones at my school where it was a video, like reel-to-reel video, but the audio was on a separate cassette. And then what was the other thing?
I think that's exactly what I'm talking about. Reel to reel video. Let me see that. I think that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And then there's actual like slides. Like my aunt was traveled a lot and she'd always come back from her trips and we'd have a slideshow. Don't get that anymore.
Oh my god. Slides like
I can hear the slide machine going like as it goes to the next slide.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh my goodness. There's so many interesting things from back then that I just don't think kids get like the examples. CED. I have 100 original films on CED. Really, Marcus? I don't even know what y'all talking. Wait, Daytona.
We only had a couple. We had Spider-Man, like the original animated Spider-Man. So it had like 6 episodes, 3 on each side. And we had another one, and it was Kermit the Frog, and it was like different fairy tales. So one was the Frog Prince, except that the princess could only speak backwards, and the other one was Cinderella, and it was kind of weirdly done. Like the fairy godmother had like terrible powers.
What? Oh my goodness!
But it was like a Kermit the Frog one, so it was all Muppets. Well, Muppets and like live action mixed together.
I love it. I love it. Oh my goodness, so many old things. Hey, Squiz, we were mentioning you earlier. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well, Squids. We were just talking about like we've probably have now went through about 45 years worth of 45 to 50 years worth of technology.
Some things
like,
that are older than me, yeah.
Yeah, like some of these things were, and so we went way back there, and I think we were really talking about our how we viewed that technology. I think that's kind of the interesting thing I took away.
But it's interesting though, because when I was a kid, even though those CED discs were like from the 70s, so they're technically older than I am, like it felt like new technology because, well, we didn't have VCRs then even. Like
we did not have VCRs. This is what I keep telling people. Like like you're like, oh, VCR is so old. I was like, I remember when VCRs were not like around.
Yeah, like when
You
we
know,
got a VCR, it was my
like,
great
you were
uncle
not
gave
around.
it to us, and he recorded. He lived in the city and had cable, so he recorded some shows, like a couple of like 6-hour tapes for us, and we had 2 of them, and that's what we had to watch on our VCR was these 2 tapes that my great uncle had made for us.
Wow.
I mean, one of them was The Wizard of Oz, and like the 40th anniversary celebrations or something. It was 6 hours of like interviews and stuff. I know more about The Wizard of Oz than most people do.
You probably kept watching this thing over and over and over.
Oh,
My
I
goodness.
watched it like that was like I said, we had 2 tapes. There was the only thing to watch, and we only had 4 channels. And if it was windy, they didn't come in.
You literally would watch the same thing over and I remember this. I remember when VCRs came, you would just watch the same thing over and over and over.
That's why I watched The Return of the Jedi every day when I was in grade 8, because we had like what 20 tapes, like
20 tapes just laying around. My goodness. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I tell people this all the time. I'm like, I remember when that's probably the oldest is like I remember when VCRs were not a thing, and then when you got a VCR, it was like a thing.
Mhm.
And so
didn't
which
have
is
a remote
kinda weird.
control most of the time.
No, you had to do it on the VCR.
Yep.
And then there was sometime around like the early 90s they started making TVs with VCRs. And I always thought that was super cool.
Mhm.
Like they would have like the VCR like as part of the TV. So yeah.
Yeah, and I try to explain this stuff to like it's so funny because I'm on Twitch and I'm on the Sims stuff, and a lot of the people watching them are like there's this weird split. It's like probably like 30% of the Simmers are like 40, 50, up to 70s, 80s playing the Sims. And then you've got like the mid 20s and teenagers. And there's this like generational split. And then like people are like, "Oh, I remember watching this show when I was a kid." And I'm like, I was 21 when that show came out.
Oh my goodness. It's
like,
so weird when people say stuff like
and they're like, "Oh, did you see this show when you were a kid?" I'm like, I had 4 channels. No.
like there was literally I think I had like 6 or so channels. My goodness, so many things have changed. Now people get like free channel. There's like infinite free channels now. There's like Pluto. There's like so many things people have. Forehead VCRs.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
I
goodness.
electrocuted myself with a VCR once.
You're like, how did you do this? Would you put your hand in there? What happened?
I had unplugged it, and I had the top off, and something was stuck, so I had the screwdriver in, and somebody plugged it back in. I didn't realize it.
Oh my goodness. And that was like actually a crazy, like if you actually go back, like I remember if you opened up the VCR, it looks so like
I had a
I thought
VCR
that
that
was
didn't
technology.
have the
Like,
top
I was
on
like,
it anymore.
my God.
And
Hey,
it,
Xbox International's around.
so,
Louis, we were just talking about you earlier. Well, we've been talking for a while, but we talked about irrational console warriors. Everybody's coming through right now. A lot of things we didn't have when I was growing up, so I've kind of brought them in now. Oh, I rather too many VHSs also. VHSs go bad after a while, which I did not realize. I did not know that.
I've got a DVD recorder that like connects. You can connect a VCR to it, and I meant to. Well,
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to take some of my VHS tapes and record them onto DVD so they wouldn't deteriorate any further, but they're already so far gone that like
Yeah, you would have had to keep them in like the Disney VHSs had like a it was like a case. It wasn't like the sleeve. It was like a
yeah, the plastic case.
yeah, the bookcase.
Most of
Those
mine are
might
just
be
in the little cardboard sleeves that they came in. I recorded Sailor Moon off of the TV and watched it over and over again.
I remember we could record things off of TV. Oh my goodness. I remember recording things off of TV. I remember recording things off of the radio. I always thought that was pretty cool to record.
You know what's really
things
interesting
off the radio
is that there's a channel here called Global, and but there was a TV channel that you could listen to on the radio. So
What?
yeah, it came through on the FM band.
Wow, a TV channel you could hear on the radio.
And it was the channel that played cartoons in the morning, and all Saturday.
I'm not gonna lie, like if you can still like SiriusXM, I don't know if they still have the channel, but they used to have a channel where they would do radio shows, like the old radio shows. And I swear, like old time, like listening to a show, like where they do the sound effects and everything over the radio.
You know what I like to pirate?
That's like super one of the
Not video
coolest things.
games. What I like to get.
Okay, Neos. We already said Rebolica, you and Neos. This is your Neos moment. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't get video games usually. What I like to get is audio. What are they called again? The radio dramas.
Yes, radio drama. That's what I was talking about, like the radio shows.
Like I have the Chronicles of Narnia, and each book is 4 parts, and it's got some big stars in there, like Sylvester McCoy and stuff. What's it called again? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, that would be exciting.
There's a couple of Star Wars ones that I have. Yeah, I don't even know where I found half of these. They just showed up in my music folder. I was an early adopter of Napster.
Just keep keeping the great shining example. Okay, here we go. Like
no, but when Napster shut down, I stopped for the most part.
You stopped.
For
You
the most
didn't go
part.
to like BitTorrent or something. And then Noisy says, I am gonna purchase a Walkman. I missed that thing.
Did I just say Narnia? Yes, I did.
Yeah. I was like always into the detective shows on that, on the radio dramas. Those VCR CRTs are very valuable now because they're very compact. The kids love them. What? I mean, it's weird to see. Well, so many of y'all have kids now, so like y'all are like the whole thing of what is cool now, what they think is retro, is like what some of us like. It's just very interesting for me to see kids like their styles and like what they're wearing, and I'm just like, it's just weird to me.
I've got a child who's nonverbal, can't speak, but can look stuff up on YouTube.
Really, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Like he just types in whatever he's looking for. Like today, he was looking for the Zootopia 2 credits where there's a dance party, but what he typed in to search for it was movie theater.
So that's a little different.
So I'm like, oh, are you looking for the Zootopia 2 like dance party? And he's like, dance party. So I typed in what it actually should be, and he took the remote and went and found the one he wanted. Like,
oh, that's good. That's good.
So, but he's oh my goodness, he is so good at video editing. Like he takes videos of everything and then makes little using CapCut and makes videos with them using like clips and stuff. He's so good at it.
Love it. I love it.
It's not like I taught him how to do it because I've never used CapCut.
No, I mean they learn everything. And then I see Solotech, I told you recording things that we used to do that. You used to press play and record at the same time. I still remember these days.
I used to whenever I got a new cassette, make a copy of it and only play the copy instead of the original.
Oh, I never heard of this.
Because I had a tape and it got caught in the cassette player and broke. And so after that, every time I got a new cassette, I'd always make a copy and play the copy instead.
So your tape, so it wasn't like it just got unwound, right?
It like stretched.
Oh, and then you couldn't wind it back up?
Well, you could, but it didn't sound right.
It didn't sound right. I remember like you had to use a pencil to wind that thing to get it tight again.
Yeah.
Like there's people in the chat right now who have no idea what we're talking about. You know this, right? Like, if
waiting for hours for a song to play on the radio and then you quickly hit record.
Yeah. There's like if you're, I would say, I'm gonna date some people here. If you're under like 35, you probably have no idea what we're talking about on some of this. Like it's somewhere around there. Like I can feel like Andy feeling annoyed with that comment, or some other people. But I would say, like, if you're somewhere in that age range, you're probably like, "What the heck are y'all talking about?"
It's funny you're talking
Well,
about the PS3 earlier. It's on my desk up here.
well,
I
I
just
have
looked up.
one
I'm like, oh,
downstairs.
there's the PlayStation. Yeah.
Love Magazine is my latest completionist project. VHSs are good as long as you play them, and when you get the bright spots, you just have to remember that that was a cosmic ray once that passed. Aw, look, that's your little thing. Like, I know what y'all are talking about, but I didn't go through it myself. So you read about it, but a lot of the stuff I heard from my mom. Aw. So 22. So what was that 2004 Daytona? 2003, 2004? My goodness. I don't understand that. I don't understand adults
I'm more than
who
twice your age. Like,
yeah, I don't understand like because you're an adult. Like you're 22, you're an adult. You're like a fully grown, you're going to jail if you do something wrong. You're like an adult. Yet you don't remember a time before like 9/11. Like to me that blows my mind. That there are people out here that are like adults that don't remember this. Like you don't remember a time where you could walk up to the airport gate. Like I don't know why that's such a thing to me. There was a time you could go to the airport and meet someone at literally the gate without a ticket. I thought that was always something. Sad part is a lot of the old stuff from TV is forever gone. Like in Canada, we had Mr. Dress Up, the studio recorded over a lot of his TV series. You know, they say that also
Doctor
about
Who.
Doctor Who. Doctor Who, I was about to say, there's a whole like decade of Doctor Who that is lost.
Interestingly, there is a Beatles concert that the only video of it is on a Doctor Who episode that wasn't recorded over.
Really?
Yeah.
So interesting. There's so many things from like rock, like things that we have that were just so spontaneous around that time. Because like you have to think like around the Beatles, like I'm a big Jimi Hendrix or Cream fan for classic rock. And there's so many things that like that's the time where people were just recording for the first time.
Mhm.
And it's like so much that we just have like this bits and pieces of like this amazing concert that it just makes me think of how many things that were lost. So I'm not gonna like that's before my time. Like I'll be like that is before my time, but kind of so this makes me think.
You're
Um,
talking about what I downloaded on BitTorrent? It was the old Doctor Who episodes.
Rebecca, did you not just tell us that you stopped after Napster shut down?
Mostly.
You said you didn't, but you said you didn't do BitTorrent.
No, I just a couple of things. Doctor Who. Do you know how hard it is to find those Doctor Who episodes?
I would imagine really hard seeing how like I love how you're using do you know how hard it is to pirate Doctor Who? Yes,
So,
I do.
yeah.
I do.
So to my thought is if it's not available in where you
Rebecca,
live.
you are sounding more and more like Neos. Like you're sounding you realize like this
It's
was
not illegal
literally
to download content in Canada.
Oh, I love how you're just where is he? Where is he? Because you're like proving his entire thing right now. You're like you're all about the TV show preservation. Is that the movement we're gonna have right now? Is that you're gonna
You know
start
what? I really hate how video games are download only, and the only reason I would go like I would want to download it, the only way to get it is through piracy, and that is very unfortunate.
for like which one?
Say like The Sims 4, say the EA app shut down tomorrow. I have no physical copies of The Sims 4.
She did, Mr. Daytona. She asked her to do her as we get later, her younger self is she's losing the ability to like guard her younger self. Her inner self is like coming out.
I
She's
mean,
like,
do you know how many years ago I downloaded Doctor Who? Like that was probably 10 to 12 years ago. At
Doctor
least.
Who. All
All of the old ones.
that's
So.
fair. I'm just messing with it. I'm just messing with everyone just is I don't care where you watch Doctor Who, how you watch Doctor Who, why you watch Doctor Who. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, Rebecca, I have to. This has been. You're always welcome on the show, Rebecca. We always go. Long.
Usually, I'm not available. Okay, I put my kids to bed. One of my kids goes to bed at like 9:45, and that's right when you're finishing up usually. So.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, no, you're always welcomed. We always go long on these. And I would stay, but I have to fly out tomorrow, so that's why I got to watch this face and hopefully pack. Yes, it is, unless you own it. It is noisy. It is against the law. AV, man, we are getting everybody.
No, it's in Ontario, or sorry, in Canada, it is illegal to distribute content. It is not illegal to download it.
I love it. It sounds like you're Severin. I don't know. Like, I don't, y'all are like so much on the law right here. Simmer as in The Sims. Yes, she's a Simmer as in The Sims. Yep. She's like, she's like our resident Sims content creator in the community.
I have 8,500 or 600 hours in The Sims 4.
I love this.
No, let me check. I've got the EA app right here. It's open.
Y'all, she's about to throw out a number. She has more hours in The Sims than Daytona is alive.
8,647 hours and 10 minutes in The Sims 4.
How much is Sims? How much is in 3 and 2?
I don't think so. It only says 7 hours in The Sims 3, so it wasn't tracking back when I played it before. And The Sims 2 doesn't track. Even The Sims Medieval only says 4 hours, and I played that for like months and months. But The Sims 2, I probably have like 10,000 hours easily.
So she has like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Merc Days, I'm guessing. We probably likes Hendrix. You know this, Marcus.
I only used IRC very briefly because somebody sent me a message with my address on it, and I uninstalled the program.
Oh my goodness.
I was also 18 at the time, so
it's fair. 3, for Sims 4. So 1 year. She literally has like 4 years in The Sims. Just in The Sims. Like, do you realize if you add like sleeping time to that, that's literally like 6 years?
I didn't sleep while I was playing The Sims 2. I'd play it for 2 or 3 days straight. Sims 1, the last expansion pack came out for The Sims 1. The day before it came out, had fallen and sprained both ankles and potentially fractured a wrist. I'm not sure. So I had a week off of work because I was fairly injured. And then the next day, the last expansion pack for the original The Sims comes out. Yeah, I spent a week playing The Sims nonstop.
There you go. As I said, y'all, when I started the stream, I've dug to figure out The Sims news updates. I go to dark places in The Sims community to understand the emotion and the passion. And I see Robolica as a native of that, of those lands, of those corners of the interwebs. I'll say it like that. Learned a lot from you today, Robolica. Like, we learned you do look down on some simmers. You do look down on some.
Just the ones who are attacking other people. So.
No, I'm just joking. I'm planning on some kind of strategy to buy the whole thing cheaper on Mac nowadays.
Well, you know what? There might be a subscription model coming out soon where you don't have to pay for the whole thing.
Which would be good for you, AB, because
if it works the way that I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that would be exactly who it would be for. People who want to play but don't want to spend $2,000 buying all the content.
That's fair. No, I think it makes sense. If it comes through, like I said, if it comes through, um, I don't know. A lot of new. We will cover it if it does.
It's hard to believe there was a time when our game launches didn't track how long we played for. This is why I don't know how long I played The Sims 2, because it still doesn't track.
You missed all that time. Wait, let me. I land around 3 our time. Send me a message at like 4 wit. Send me a text message, because like early flights and cross country travel always makes me. I don't know how I'm gonna end up when I land. So if I'm good when I land, we're gonna be good. But if I'm not, I'll let you know. I'm too old to sail all the high seas. You're too old. AV, you're not old. AV, you're not old.
It's not like it used to be. It's a little harder now. It was a lot easier like 20 years ago.
So, yeah. I just don't understand. I don't have time. This is what I was telling. Who was I telling? Audi. I think it was Audi. It's just I don't have time to. I don't know. So
you want to know something ironic? You know, Crunchyroll, the anime.
Yes, the anime thing on Sony.
Do you know how they started out?
Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
They used to. How?
They used to be a source for pirated anime in North America.
I think I had heard this. Before.
Because they would have like the Japanese they would put their own subtitles on and distribute it. And then they became legit.
Sounds a lot like Boosteroid to me. But I did not know that about Crunchyroll. Well, maybe you can become something. Your pirating ways can maybe lead to something Republica, and you can sell yourself to Sony for how much did they sell? Billions of dollars. That's literally making something from nothing and selling it for something. Great, great legacy to leave for people. What is Napster down? What do you mean noisy? What is Napster? Is Napster still a thing? No.
I don't know. Napster was taken down in like 2000 or something like that. I think it came back briefly, and I never used
replaced with thing. It was already replaced with. Yeah, that was the one it got replaced with.
Japanese unpirated anime. Yeah.
Oh my god!
I still have all of Naruto and Shippuden. Yeah.
Pirated. You have to say you have it pirated.
No, not Shippuden.
You're like, I have standards.
No,
I have standards here. Oh my god. I can understand greater than 50% of spoken Japanese because of the high seas. Oh, like, as long as you can live with yourself, AV. This is like the original Voltron's anime series was done in the US. Which one? This is like really? It was done like this?
So Sailor Moon, which I mentioned earlier, I watched. There was fan subs of the last 3 seasons for a long time because they only did the first 2 in English. And then they eventually did the 3rd one, but had different voice actors. But in North America, they only did the first couple of seasons. And they would never do the 5th season because some trans characters. And they changed a lesbian couple to cousins. It was really weird. But so there was fan subs. So they would get like the original Sailor Moon and do their own subs for it, like the voice acting and stuff.
My goodness. Well, who would have thought we would have had the anti-woke crowd 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 25 years ago with Sailor Moon and their trans characters, lesbian cousin couple stuff. Early 2000s was a different time on the internet. Early 2000s on the internet was AOL. Like you can't say early 2000s internet without AOL in the United States. Like that was the
It was
thing.
here too. We kept getting DVDs or CDs for
Yeah,
it.
you would get the CDs for it.
We used
Yeah,
them as
you would get-
posters. Or you hang them in the garden and then like Keith scares the birds away.
I mean, I wonder what if someone had like an AOL. Do they have that? Do they have like a AOL esque type of like internet experience today?
AOL shut down recently. I don't think there's anything quite like that.
I'm just curious. Like I remember, I would be interested to go back and look at that again because I remember that was like the way to go on the internet.
Free
Now we
dial.
have-
You could get free dial up if you just watch some ads.
That was at it. I remember when like it was dial up and then went DSL. Like I remember like
cable.
there was like
Yeah, it depends. Some because we had cable companies and we had the phone company did the DSL. I did tech support for Verizon and Comcast. So
look at you. So you know all about it. I think the last time I talked about like DSL in was in Korea. I remember when I was in Korea, that was a big thing.
DSL is still in Canada because there's a lot of places that
Oh,
don't.
I still think it's a lot of places in the United States don't even have it.
Where I live, the village where I live, half of the village gets fiber and the other half gets DSL that hasn't been upgraded probably since like the 90s.
Yeah. Well, now in a
That would be us, by the way. That would be us. So we don't have DSL. We have cable.
Well, they're now saying like the thing to because they were going to update. There was a whole bunch of money going to like update everybody here to at least broadband, and now they've changed it to now have like Starlink. Is that the satellite? So it seems like that's
Elon
what,
Musk.
Yeah, no, but they've given him like all of it, which is kind of weird because that's not always a stable signal. So there's a lot of stuff that's gone. It's hard to get English dubbed anime, Rebecca. Can you help me get it pirated? Oh, there you go, Rebecca. Looks like you got a business venture here. AIM, AOL Instant Messenger. I still remember. Like that's they should get AIM sound effects.
I don't watch English dubbed anime.
Oh, like can you tell her like
I only watch the subtitles.
Her anime watching elitism is coming through.
No, it's not that. It's I know enough Japanese to know when the subtitles don't match, and a lot of times because the subtitles are like the English dub version, and it drives me crazy. I'd rather watch like the original language.
Hey, as we say, we don't care how you watch anime, why you watch it. As long as you're watching anime, you're good with me.
I have Sailor Moon in Japanese with English subtitles. There's only 3 seasons translated to English in North America by a Canadian company, by the way.
I guess it wouldn't happen in today's world. just
Navana did a lot of shows for the US.
I would imagine. Once they find
Sailor Moon drove me crazy because it was a bunch of 15-year-old girls and it was aimed at 5-year-olds. Like all the merchandising in North America was for like little kids. And I'm like, this is a teenager who's the same age as me at the time, like a year or two younger. And it's like, this is supposed to be for teenagers, not for little kids. So that's why I always try to find the original version if I can. Less, what's the word I'm looking for? Less censorship.
We've learned so much about Rebecca today. We've learned that she's pirate at heart, hates censorship.
I don't hate censorship. I just don't like how they did that.
I'm joking.
There was a whole list. Used to be a webpage, and it was a whole list of anime, and it was like the age range it's aimed at in Japan versus North America, and some of them would shock you. Like they're aimed at like older teenagers, like 17 or 18-year-olds, and in North America they rebranded it for like 8-year-olds.
8-year-olds. That makes sense. No, I could see that. And
It's
then
like North America, cartoons are for kids, even if they're really not.
I could see that with Sailor. I never got into Sailor Moon, so I would have to. I know that's shocking to a lot of people, but I would have to. I would watch it. And then Av said either subtitles or Mexican Spanish dub for me. For some reason English dubs always feel soulless to me. I feel like that would be interesting if they had
I had purple hair when I was 20. How do I feel about purple hair? I had purple hair. Actually, my hair was white with purple tips.
Oh. Can't watch Black Lagoon. Oh my goodness. Kids can watch whatever today nowadays, but I hear ya. I hear ya. I hear ya. Well, Rebecca, I am. Oh my goodness, 12:33.
I know. I need to go to bed. I have to get up early in the morning too. So
I have to wake up in literally 4.5 hours. This is not going to be fun. I still have to pack. But Rebecca, thank you so much. Let people know where they can find you.
I'll just say hi in chat. This is my YouTube channel, Rebellica_YT. Or on Twitch, it's just Rebellica. And it's an original name. So it's anywhere you look for it, that's me.
She will be on Rebellica, and you can see her YouTube channel. And she does Sims content. So if you want to see all the dark stuff the Sims people do to their Simmers, Rebellica will be able to show you that. And for me, are you doing better than Zalek? y'all, that was my fault. I just want to say I apologize to Zalek. That was my fault. Zalek does not have anything against people with pink hair. Letting y'all know. Officially, that is the statement. Okay. With that said, all right. But for me, and if anybody's here, go subscribe to Rouster's channel. I do not know if he's at 500 subs yet. He's right close to 500. If y'all have not subbed to him, try to go sub to him. He's like super close to 500. But with that, I will be here next Friday. Hopefully we can get Murder Man. Thank you again, Rebecca, for the conversation. Thank you again to Spartan and Vet. Thank you so much, Vet, for the donation. Thank you, Spartan, for the donations. Thank you, Ambi, as always. And thank you as well to Geek the Sneak, as well as everybody who subbed for the first time. Because there was a couple of people who subbed for the first time in the chat. So, all right. Thank you all so much. I will catch you all in everybody else's stream. But until then, I don't care where you game, how you game, why you game, what you game on, how long you've been gaming. As long as you're gaming, you're good with me. And as always, this is Purple Haze, and the proof is in the plane. All right. I will see you all on the next one. All right. Later.